We are live. Okay, audio should work. I don't think you can hear it. In fact, Prison Break showed you. I don't think you can hear it, but just in case you hear a low hum, that is the fan because it is very humid. So, but as far as I know, the camera does basically cut off the. But yeah. Anyway, so let's see. Yes. So excuse me, there will be no spoilers in this video, and that is why I am going to disable the spoiler. I hope no one already stopped watching the video. Anyway, my own quote-unquote film critic rating for this is a perfect 10 out of 10, and that is also my personal rating. That means the positives so greatly outweigh the negatives that it earns that for me. It does not mean there are no negatives. I am not saying that every single thing about the show is 100% perfect, but yeah, the positives so utterly blow the negatives completely out of the water in every episode of every season. Yeah, I personally, I think it's meaningless to, if you never give a perfect rating, then why do we even have a perfect rating? You know, if you're always going to say, well, it could have been at least a little bit better. Everything could have been a little bit better. There's no such thing as perfection. We can't attain perfection. We can only aspire to it. And this gets so close that it, yeah, I hope way more shows are like, you know, I don't watch a lot of TV anymore, but I hope shows imitate this. Ultimately, my biggest problem, really one of my only problems, and again, it's not something that brings it down from a perfect score, is the way the show treats minority characters, big and small. You know, worse with the smaller, the minor characters, but the minor minorities. But I will go into details about that in the characters sections of this video. Basically, you know, if you're not sure if the show is for you, watch the pilot, and if by the end of the pilot you are legitimately not interested in seeing what comes after, or not interested enough, then yeah, the show is not going to be for you. Excuse me, I just want to make absolute, yeah, it's registering as being able to hear me, and the test worked, so yeah, okay. Yeah, I would recommend watching the entire run and the final break, you know, keeping in mind that the final break is after season 4, not after season 5. And I will say, if you're very happy with the closure at the end of the last aired episode of season 4, or the final break, you can skip the 5th season. I personally wouldn't, but you can. You know, hypothetically, let's say I had a time machine and I could go back in time, convince myself not to watch season 5, I wouldn't. Let's see. I know there are some shows where you can skip at least part of the show and not miss too much, but this show is hard to follow if you skip much of anything. And again, I would say that it's all worth watching. Now, if you want to know some of the negatives of the various seasons and you don't mind at least some spoilers, in some cases many spoilers, I do talk about a number of them at the start of my spoiler-ridden videos, where my thoughts on the seasons of the show videos. You know, typically before I get into the first episode in each, sometimes at the very start of the first episode or at the very end of the video, I realize that's not the easiest to follow. But yeah, keeping in mind, if you watch one entire season thoughts video, I spoil basically every single thing in the, you know, season thought videos. They are, you know, the idea is you watch them after you've watched that entire season, not necessarily any further, because I don't spoil stuff that comes after. now, and yeah, I'm personally very happy with the closure I have by the end of the 5th season. Now, so let's see. Yeah, a number of people were very disappointed with season 5, and I can definitely see why. If you're not interested in season 5 after watching the first 2 episodes of it, I'm not sure the rest of the season will win you over. It is a show that changes over the course of it, and while that was necessary, since they can't spend all of the show breaking out of one prison, it does change more than it absolutely had to. So if you find yourself not liking the direction it's going, you may not want to keep watching. Sorry, I realize I'm what's it called? My eyes. I forget the exact phrasing, but yeah, I'm closing my eyes a lot. The fan is at a fairly high intensity, and it is bothering my eyes a little bit, but at the same time, I have a lot of lights set up, so it will be very hot if I set it to a lower setting, so I hope that doesn't bother you too much. Cannot be helped, I'm afraid. I forgot to note the time code. This was a great start. Okay, so let's see. I mean, wait a second. No, I didn't, because this is technically, yeah, this is the section that doesn't actually have a name or a time code. That's right. So I did not, in fact, and I remembered to start the timer. So that's, excuse me, that's good. Now, yeah, I think I finished the sentence, but just in case, I want to finish it again. Some of the changes do stay around for a long time, and sometimes things that drives the characters for a really long time will end up being changed majorly, and a few of them are essentially dropped when the status quo changes in a big way. And this is not to say that they stop caring about their goals as much as the definitions of those goals change somewhat. And this definitely did turn off some people to the show. It, the first time I watched, I think that's why if you watch my old review, I stand by much of what I said, but I have changed my mind about I did not like season 4 the first time around, and part of it was, I read someone else who also, basically near the end of season 2, there was a major change. I'm not going to give any details, don't worry, but that made that reviewer, the IMDb user reviewer, that made them basically, they felt it was no longer the same show. They didn't want to watch the show. I'm trying not to put words in their mouth, but they weren't that interested in the show anymore. I think that happened to me the first time I watched through, and then season 4 just kind of, I watched it because I felt like I really should. I liked season 3, but yeah, yeah. Anyway, on this second viewing, now I originally watched this when it first aired, but on this second viewing, I never lost interest. Now, and I can 100% understand why, you know, excuse me. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make it quick. I guarantee you in less than 1 minute, you can just skip ahead. Okay, almost there. Okay, I don't think that had a negative effect. Yeah, that was less than 1 minute. I recently changed who I receive my internet through, and there have been a couple of problems. It seems like it's steady. So what I realized works, or yeah, a decision I made was to, basically the way it is right now, I only plug in one computer at a time. I have more than one to the yeah, and the others run via the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi occasionally has problems, and I made the decision to simply plug in the computer I stream this through so that it will not suddenly cut out. But, and I don't know for sure, but I don't think that it was affected by me plugging it in, after I already started the stream, which, yeah, I don't know for sure. I'm just gonna note to check. So, excuse me. It was around 9 minutes and 50 seconds in. Plugged in internet. There. So, right. Yes, so there are several points during the overall run of the show where you might simply find that the show has changed too much, that it's no longer, yeah, and the yeah, I the I guess a lot of people, maybe you're not going to want to buy well, I got them as a present. The but yeah, I think I meant to look up if this is on Netflix or something, but I don't use that service myself. But if this is on a streaming service and you worry you might lose interest along the way, maybe stick to the streaming service instead of buying the season sets. But if afterwards you want to support them, and I've been very happy with the special features on the DVD and Blu-rays. Yes. So, but yeah, there are some times where it changes, and the yeah. So part of the reason that it changes is to keep the show dynamic, interesting, unpredictable. But sometimes they change more than they should. And again, keeping in mind, I'm still giving it a perfect score. But yeah, the show starts out great, remains great throughout. In some ways, it gets better as it goes. This is one of my favorite shows, and it's probably my favorite action show. I don't know, is it? Suspense. I guess it's more suspense thriller, at least for some of the run, than outright action show. But yeah, as a couple of comparisons, I like it better than shows like Alias, Burn Notice. I don't know if you want to call it Lost an action show, but sometimes it had action. That one definitely also went for suspense. I would say I enjoyed the suspense infinitely more in this show than in Lost. Don't worry, I'm not gonna do too much ranting about Lost, not in this video. I got most of that out of my system in other videos, but I will be making some comparisons. Excuse me. But no, seriously, if you really love Lost, I'm not gonna go off on a huge rant in this, but I think those are off the, I haven't watched that many of this kind of, I don't know if I mean, I don't really remember the A-Team, but I'm almost certain that I wouldn't like that as much as I probably still like it, but this show I love. This is absolutely, yeah. Not saying it's Shakespeare, but it nails what it aims for, which is not easy for this sort of thing. So, yeah, and briefly, my version of season 5 is sparse, but apparently there's multiple different versions. You know, I bought it's just, I the person I asked to buy me this, I gave them a link just in case they decided to buy this for me. I tried to find a link to the least expensive version. I don't like it. I feel uncomfortable with people when people spend money on me. But yeah, but yeah, the other ones, and it is still. I mean, yeah, basically, there's a single thing on there, and it's like 12 minutes, a featurette. But I'm still very happy with, if I had paid for it with my own money, I would still be very happy with it. And oh right, Without a Trace, which I love Without a Trace, but it's nowhere near as good as this. And I will be making some comparisons between Without a Trace and this. I have not watched 24. Or I mean, I watched a couple episodes, but I have no idea, and I probably won't. I'm not gonna get off. I'm not gonna go off on a tangent here, but I don't think it really, like, politically. It's just not for me. I'm gonna. That's where I'm gonna leave it, at least for now. So I have only watched the show itself. I cannot speak to Proof of Innocence, the video game, the magazine, the novel, comic, manga, anything other than the main show and Final Break. So, yeah, a couple of movie comparisons. If you watch the movie Vantage Point, in some ways, this is like the TV show version of that, and obviously with a bit of a different concept and gimmick. The show does also bear a certain resemblance to the movie Con Air. Again, obviously not exactly the same thing, but yeah, and the yeah, but that's also a movie I quite like, and I would definitely say, the showrunners clearly like Con Air, The Shawshank Redemption, and you know there are some very very clear, you know yeah. Now, I think, like, if you really enjoy Con Air, like if you watch the show, I would say the most important of, like, the major characters in Con Air, not all of them, but a lot of them have an analog in this show that, yeah, I mean, it's possible that they just, both of them got the idea from the same original thing. I don't know. But anyway, and the way the action is edited, which is swift and tight, but without actually being hard to follow or headache inducing and such, is somewhat similar to the 2010 A-Team movie. Although on this show there is way more, like, the laws of physics apply much more, and there are some other differences in that movie. But I mean, that movie is legitimately entertaining. I stand by my old review of that. And yes, and that brings us to the first section. And apologies for the awkwardness, but I'm gonna have to record the time codes on the smartphone. So 1910 plot. My wrists are simply too sore for me to write them down, and I no longer go through. I don't listen through the entire video to find the time codes the way I used to. My videos end up way too long for that. We start when there are mere weeks left before the execution of Lincoln Burrows, and he continues to tell his brother, Michael Schofield, that he is innocent of the crime he's been convicted of, murdering the vice president's brother. Lincoln has committed crimes, including not long before being arrested for the killing, but he's not a murderer. His loved ones have tried everything that could prevent the execution by legal means. One day, Michael appears to snap, robbing a bank, firing a gun in the air. He gets put into Fox River, the same prison as his brother, and once he can talk to his brother, he reveals what's really going on. Although Lincoln may have made mistakes, blood is thicker than bread and water. He has the plans of the place tattooed on his body. He designed the place as an engineer. They're breaking out together. And that does mean that they'll have to work with other prisoners to do so, and some of them are dangerous, even unstable. And some of the other prisoners, on the other hand, it will be necessary to avoid getting too much attention from, since they might figure out what's going on and either want in or potentially give away the escape attempt, hoping for better treatment by the very harsh guards. Now, and every single prisoner inside Fox River knows how much time is left of their sentence. That's not exactly something that they spend a lot of time not thinking about. And apologies for the slight delay. Some of them are very willing to do awful things since they're already getting punished so harshly. They figure they won't be punished that much more. Someone with very little time left on their sentence might be inclined to give away the escape plan. And some prisoners have power and influence due to some of the guards being corrupt, and these prisoners having friends on the outside who could either help or hurt the guard's family. Since we don't know the entire plan, sometimes it will appear that the plan has failed, but in reality, Michael or the other person or persons planning had taken into account the problem that appears to derail the plan, keeping in mind that this does not mean that the plan is never derailed. If that were the case, it would no longer be tense. Surprising, since we wouldn't know exactly what was going to happen, but no longer tense. And when there are things like that on the show, there will sometimes also be dialogue which seems to suggest one thing, but later we realize it was a misdirection, and most of the time the show makes it work, and a little bit of the time it does sometimes feel cheap and weird. Basically, it appears that somebody else wanted the vice president's brother dead. And at the start of the show, we don't know who or why, and over the course of the show, some of Lincoln's friends and family on the outside are trying to investigate and see if they can clear his name, get him, ensure he won't have to go to the chair. He prefers to stand. But clearly, someone is trying to stop them, and witnesses go missing. Evidence, ends up destroyed. And I will say it does at times feel a little bit too much like a crazy conspiracy theory in an otherwise largely realistic show. I don't believe that everything has to be realistic in fiction, but if you're going for realism, it's best to be consistent about that. Now, as a brief... The first time I watched the show, I didn't feel like I felt like after a while, the whole conspiracy thing wasn't as, like, how do I say this without spoiling anything? I guess what I'll say is, originally I felt like after a while, the show didn't really do that element justice anymore, and I have changed my mind on that. I would say that the whole thing with what actually happened remains interesting throughout the entire show. As long as as long as that element is in the show, it is interesting. And I don't think the show, let's hypothetically say that at some point along the run, the show no longer follows up on that, and because I'm being so vague, you don't know if that means there are entire seasons or it just happens like right before the finale or something. I don't think that the show like loses what it, that doesn't make it change so much that that it's no longer the same show. And so yeah, the this high concept also doesn't necessarily lead to a real indictment of the system as a whole, although the there is at least one supporting character who also had a negative experience where they felt like a loved one did not get a fair trial, so there is that at least. Now, but yeah, since and the show is not claiming otherwise, the vast majority of the people in prison on this show are not there because they were framed for, yeah, they're not there because they were framed, they're there because they got caught doing something illegal. But it does criticize what it's like to be in prison. Now, I don't know a lot about Orange is the New Black, but it sounds as though that might explore how little it takes to get a really high sentence in a really harsh prison. And meanwhile, to be fair to this show, the vast majority of the people who want to escape prison with Michael do so for reasons of love rather than selfishness, wanting to murder someone or otherwise go out and do more crime. If hypothetically the show had more than one prison for someone to break out of, then hypothetically those prisons and the way to break out might be very distinctly different from each other. The show does not tend to repeat ideas too much. Now, let's see, and it's I really appreciate that each season is distinct, and the I would say that as a brief, the show might bring up the same conflict a number of times, but the characters will try different ways of resolving, excuse me, there it is, of resolving the conflict. So if one, if something fails, instead of us spending forever with them trying the same thing that failed, they think of a new thing, and you tend to understand why they didn't go with, why are they doing it in the order they are. And, it's frequently, for example, this was the easiest way, or this was the way that attracted the least amount of attention, things like that. Now, but yeah, each season is distinct, like Alias, and something I would say this does that Alias doesn't really, by the end of the season of this show, they have played the same, specific to that season, notes so many times that while it doesn't get to be bad while watching, once the season is over, you don't want more of that exact thing. That I feel like they knew how far they could push it, and yeah, I know I know people who say that they wish the show had been the same throughout, and I they're entitled to their opinion. I'm not saying they're wrong. Personally, I feel that if they had, let's hypothetically say that for some reason the seasons were just 4 episodes longer than they are now. I would say that at least, yeah, probably for all 4, but at least 3 of them, you would be like, okay, we've had enough of this, just get to the, move on to something else. Now, one major strength this show has over Alias, which I suppose I should say, for those who haven't watched my videos on Alias, I do love Alias. That show is easily an 8 out of 10 for me. You know, season 5 definitely is not as good. I don't know that I would say it's bad. It's just somewhat average, where the first 4 seasons are legitimately great, at times excellent. It's a really solid show. I've watched it multiple times. I I will almost definitely watch it, so, more times. So this is not me like trying to, I'm not saying that Alias is a bad show. I'm saying in some ways this show is better. But yeah, one major strength this show has over Alias is that there isn't really any element of the show that just doesn't really add anything of dramatic value, the same way that, I guess actually, is that technically a spoiler? Let's just say that Alias, some of the scenes that are like everyday life and not related to spycraft, and I would say too many of the scenes, yeah, just don't really add anything of dramatic value. And there's nothing of that here. Like, there is, you know, this show and that show focuses on the love between family members and how complicated, how complex relationships between family members sometimes are. And both of them get a lot out of that, but where Alias does sometimes have stuff that doesn't add to that, this one really doesn't. Every single relationship adds something strong. But, let's see. Yeah, family life stuff does add drama on this show. It tends to be danger related to the bad guys. Now, I do appreciate about Alias that these scenes provide a contrast to the dangerous spy world, but this is still fiction. There should be drama. If there's not drama, what are you conveying? That young women have an easy life in America in the 2000s? I hardly think that's accurate. And the show is quite feminist otherwise, so it doesn't seem like they meant to imply that. I think the idea is that they figured that that would appeal to young women, and I respect that. I think there should still be some drama there. Yes, that is it for that section. So, moving on. 3320 on plot. The show has very tight plotting, and there is just truly excellent writing for all 5 seasons. I can't put into words how impressed I am that they managed to keep such a high quality for all those years, and keeping in mind that the first 4, I guess this is going to sound a little silly, the first 4 were in a row, and I realize that's what it's like for most shows, that, yeah, it's not a spoiler to say that there is, the seasons 4 and 5 came out some years apart, but the first 4 seasons were in a row. And again, I've seen other shows where just after a while, some of them do the thing where they'll maybe bring in some new writers, so they'll have some fresh ideas, and the ones that got really exhausted doing excellent work on the first, they can take some time off and, recharge. But this show, I haven't seen any other show that has this consistently great writing through such, through so many episodes, and with so many of them, almost all of them, being in a row, without any real, I guess they probably, the writers, I don't know exactly, but I guess they probably get some time off between the work on the season and before they start on the. I don't know. Maybe they don't get very much, but I'm incredibly impressed. I don't I haven't seen any other, again, action based show that didn't get any, like, yeah, where there wasn't at least some drop off in quality over the course of it. And so I, you know, some people point out this show has these, season long story arcs. Like the, you know, I read that 24 also has that, and that was, yeah, I heard that, long before I started researching for doing this review. But like I said, I haven't seen very much of that show, so I'm not going to be able to compare it. But Lost also does have season-long story arcs, and that I have watched all of, so I will compare where I feel it makes sense to. There are some things that are hugely different between the two shows where I just don't think it's relevant for me to get into, so I'm not gonna get into it now. Because this show is juggling so many characters and subplots, the show has a lot of brief scenes, like really, these the very very short and to the point scenes. And since the show keeps to a very fast pace, so there can be a lot of development of the subplots in a single episode. And there's this really impressive. Again, I can imagine that the show 24 maybe does something similar to this. I don't know for sure, but yeah, I could imagine, like, isn't like a bunch of it is Kiefer Sutherland as Jack Bauer running around, and then there's like people in a control room. So anyway, it will very frequently cut to another scene with other characters in conflict than what you just saw, and there are times where it's entirely parallel. And the yeah, the one of the things is that it helps make sure that you never. One of the things the show has a lot of. There's a lot of stuff where they have to. Yeah, so let's sort of focus on the prison breaking again. The hypothetically, not the entire show is prison breaking, but when they're, yeah, it's consistent. It's not only for the prison breaking, but I'm going to use the prison breaking as an example here. When they are breaking out of prison, some of what they have to do is actually quite tedious. And instead of the show just showing us that over and over, if it shows them doing the exact same thing more than once, it's because there's something interesting there. Maybe there's a discussion, maybe they discover some problem with what they're doing, but and what the show will do is that it will establish that these things are going on off camera. And sometimes, for example, maybe very early in an episode, they will have, for example, maybe they need to dig a hole. And early in an episode, they'll be digging the hole, and then maybe they discover that there's some issue with digging the hole. Maybe there's, some yeah, something that they have to find a solution to. And it will cut away from that, cut to other subplots, and then later cut back. And when it cuts back, they'll have discussed it for a while, and they'll be like, I know this is what the solution is going to be. Or maybe just that, yeah, for all that time they were digging, and now that it cuts back, we see that they made huge progress while they were off screen. But yeah, this is again, like, I've seen other suspense shows where this kind of thing just doesn't, that's just not how they do it. I'm not saying every show has to do it. I'm just saying it's an incredibly good way to do it, because it means that a lot can happen, and a lot of it will happen off screen, but they'll, of course, they'll cut to when, the dramatic reveal will, of course, be on screen, but yeah, like, when you're told, okay, so all of this huge amount of work happened off screen, you accept it because you saw them start to do the work, and now you're seeing them done doing the work, or they said they were going to do the work, and then when it cuts back, they're done doing the work, But it's 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 really, really impressive, the way. Again, I'm not saying that they're necessarily the first to think of it, but I haven't seen any other show do it this well, because it is something they do so, they do it so much throughout all 5 seasons. So you do just, yeah, you accept that the the tedious and boring and time consuming stuff happened off screen. Like, for example, the you get some scenes where we see the plan be, the where they're, making the plan, or they're explaining some of the plan or something, but you don't get a scene of the entire thing being explained, and then later we see the entire, and again, I'm not saying that's bad. I think that I've seen some incredible movies that use that incredibly well, that have a very detailed explanation of all the things that have to happen. One example would be Mission Impossible series. Very detailed explanation of what is going to happen. I'm not going to give away which of the movies this is true of, but I'm just, for at least one of them. Very detailed description of what has to happen, and then we see in great detail, and again with great suspense, the plan being carried out, and maybe there's some kind of problem along the way, but what we're seeing a lot of the time is what we were told was going to happen. And again, not true of all of the movies, but this show, you get some of the explanation of the plan, and then it cuts away, and you see some of what they do to carry out the plan, and maybe some of, you maybe see some of what they actually discussed they were going to do, and then it cuts away, and later when it cuts back, the it cuts back, and the whole plan has been explained. So the characters know what's supposed to happen, but the audience doesn't. So we're gonna, that it's suspenseful in a maybe slightly different way, I guess, is the right way, because you don't know exactly what the plan entails, and like I said, sometimes there's a thing, and you're like, oh no, it's going wrong, it's going wrong, and then you realize, no, that was part of the plan. They already, they that was, and sometimes it wasn't. So you don't know going into it, and the and yeah, it will cut away from them carrying out some of the plan, cut back, and they've done some stuff off screen, and you're like, you can understand what happened off screen. It's not like, where are they now? I don't understand. No, no, no. They supply enough information that and yeah, it means that the show very rarely stays on the same exact thing for all that long without cutting away or introducing new elements or the like. And part of this is, of course, the limited time for shooting compared to a movie. It is legitimately kind of insane that they have to produce as much as they do in such a short space of time. Compared to a movie shoot. But anyway, yeah, part of it is to enable them to actually do it with it, which is also why a number of plans will take multiple episodes to fully carry out. To buy them some more time for the But again, when it cuts away, you want them to cut back, but you're not like, oh, come on. And I'm not going to go off on a rant here, but I feel like that's something that Lost got wrong some of the time. It would cut away from a thing, and we would want it to, we'd be interested in them cutting back, but they would cut away before we got enough information for it to be satisfying. And that's just not, there's no, in this entire show, every single scene of suspense, when it cuts away only to cut back later, I always felt like we got enough. It was never so brief that you didn't get, and that was maybe also some of Without a Trace, some of the flashbacks, like they would want to have some really tense, suspenseful stuff, but it would be too brief for it to really fully have the intended effect. I'm not saying that show always got that wrong, but sometimes it would, and that's just not the case here. I know I am probably really unbearable to listen to at this point about this issue, but I am very impressed with how this show handled that. Now, let's see. So, yes, that there was, for one episode, I just straight up counted, and depending on how you count the subplots, there were somewhere between 4 and 6. And I say depending on how you count them, because technically some of them are connected to each other. It's just that it's different characters and different things happening. But let's just say that there are two prisoners in Fox River who, they both want the other to do something for them, and both of them have people on the outside of the prison who, maybe they figure, do I really need this other guy, because maybe I could do it by myself, through the guys on the outside. And as such, I don't know, do you count that as the same subplot or two separate subplots? Because technically it's different people and they're trying to do a different thing. They're not in the same place, so, but yeah, at times the plot will move unbelievably fast, and in some of the, let's see, yeah, in some of the later seasons, at times the plot will move much faster than, things that earlier seemed like they might take an extremely long time, if they would happen at all, if they wouldn't simply be too big for it to be considered, will actually be accomplished in a very short amount of time, but the audience will still accept them as happening without them breaking the fiction. Now, and there are always a number of characters working towards doing something violent, dramatic, maybe illegal, including escaping from prison, killing someone in the service of a cover-up, for revenge or self-defense. And sometimes an entire episode will only have very little progression for any one character or group of characters, subplot, and yeah. And you may not realize this until the end of the episode because of the quick pace and the consistent slow drip of information. And sometimes things that appear to be a progression in an episode will be slowed down or maybe even undone in some way before the end of the episode. But there will still be at least some progression. Excuse me. Which is again something where there are definitely episodes of Without a Trace where I'm like, you could basically skip this. This doesn't really change anything. you know, the yeah, and Lost and Alias. Yeah. Now, and let's see. Yeah, there will be progression of the main plot in almost every single episode. Like I mean, are there? I honestly, I'm not sure I can think of more than a single episode, and that episode is a flashback episode. That's why there isn't really progression of the main plot, and you're not bored. It does, you know, it's a deeply compelling episode. But yeah, other than that, there's some progression of the main plot in every single episode. You know, not of all of the subplots, because some, you know, it varies based on the seasons, but some of them have so many subplots that it really wouldn't be possible for there's not room for every single one of them in every single episode. But yeah, you know, yeah, there are episodes of Lost that in no way forward the plot. They only develop character, which may be good enough for some audiences. Personally, I it was not enough for me. And in addition to what I've already mentioned, there are a lot of scenes where characters are only very briefly featured, even if they appear in more than one episode. So these brand new characters will be very quickly established and tension and suspense built. And sometimes it's also new settings, since some episodes have characters on the run for a long time. And they do an incredible job of very quickly establishing enough about the location that we can follow. Why is this person or group there? And you know, sometimes this includes several groups, since they might be converging, possibly intentionally, possibly not. How they got there, and in the time frame, what they've been doing, you know, how they've kept hidden. Like, there's one episode where just it just for a few seconds. Yeah, this is not a spoiler at all. A character who's on the run is seen, like, you look at them and you realize they got a haircut, and there's just a few seconds. There's this very brief shot of just them, like, you know, disposing of these, like, trimming scissors, and with just those few seconds, you as the audience realize they got those trimming scissors somewhere. They, you know, probably trimmed their own hair. Maybe they got somebody else to do it, but you know, and now they, you know, don't really need them anymore. And it's like, it's kind of weird to walk around with trimming scissors on you, and they're on the run, so it's not like they can just go home and put, you know. And with just, yeah, just a few seconds, you don't need a lot to just very brief, and again, that sounds like something small, and it is, but that's just one of so many, just countless examples. For some reason, nobody has been able to count them. It's baffling. Of the show just so quickly explaining a thing without, because there's no reason to drag the you know, to slow the pace any, because it's not a complicated concept to understand, you know. And this is the kind of thing where, like, without a trace, we'll maybe make sure to have someone, like, spell it out, like you know, the detectives discover something, and they'll, like, say, oh, so this is, you know, yeah, on Without a Trace, if that exact thing, if they wanted to establish that exact thing, it would probably be that one of the agents found the you know, the trimmer scissors, and you know, maybe indicate them to one of the other agents, and they'll briefly say, he trimmed his hair. Easier way to keep hidden, so, something like that, you know. But yeah, you don't need to slow it down at all. Like, literally, the character doesn't even slow down. He is walking out. I guess he might be walking out of a bathroom. So I guess he probably trimmed his hair in front of the mirror. You see him walking, and he doesn't even really slow down. He just, walks past like a, is it a garbage can, or do they just drop them off at a, like a, what's it called? Like leave them on a not a desk, but a flat surface. Doesn't even slow down. The camera just pans from the hair, the haircut, from the face, down to the hand as he drops off the scissors and walks away. And that's all we need. Now, and yeah, and very frequently the characters have to get information, other resources, etc. So we have to understand how they got that. Why is it there? How were they able to? Why the character can get away with retrieving it? How did they find it there? Or did they, if they knew it was going to be there, how did they plan for that? How did they manage to keep that hidden? And all these things, and they do such a good job. There's all these situations where, like, it makes a huge impact, but when you actually think back and look at the amount of time the show spent establishing it, and maybe they didn't even spend a lot of time developing it after establishing it. Maybe it wasn't developed at all. Maybe it's established and immediately resolved somehow. Yeah, it's incredible. Like, you could, like, if you had to verbally explain every single thing in the show, yeah, you could spend a really long time. And because the show is so good at doing this visually, it's such, yeah, it's very, very impressive. And Prison Break also largely delivers what it promises. Again, unlike shows like Lost, which make countless promises that are never kept. And the show also strikes a really good balance between getting the audience excited about the show and thus staying through the commercial break and making sure to watch the episode airing next week, but also resolving situations rather than milking them, so the show has to keep it. Yeah, which again, some other shows, yeah, I mean, I just brought up Lost. Lost would really milk certain things for a long time. And Alias could also sometimes be very, yeah. But yeah, so the show has to keep presenting new situations for the characters to deal with. And there are definitely times where the resolutions to problems are simply alienating, in that they change so many fundamental things. And that is something that can happen when you have to keep surprising everyone in the audience. And basically, the writers didn't want to ever have a twist be something that the audience had guessed would happen. And when you go far outside of that, sometimes you go too far. And, personally, I would say that I like the vast majority of the twists. And they do definitely keep the show interesting, but let's see. Yeah. And on Without a Trace, some of the twists were one or more of the following: contrived, try hard, unsatisfying, didn't lead to much change. You know, I suppose that is about, there could be some twists where you really, like, you can almost hear the writer, like, sit you down, look you right in the eye and explain, okay, so sometimes when this sort of thing happens, this sort of thing happens from it, and I really want you to think about that, and it doesn't feel organic. Inorganic is probably the word, to yeah. And it's very, very rare for any of that to be true for this show's twists. And very frequently, them solving one of the problems does mean that not long after, a new problem comes up. And I would say, but this does not tend to, it tends to not feel cheap. It could very easily feel cheap or unsatisfying, and really, there's no major plot point that's dropped without being resolved in some way in all 5 seasons. Now, and it also avoids, like, constant plot cul-de-sacs, which Lost got pretty bad about. Now, there's a lot of plot development in episodes. We tend to see progression rather than anyone just spinning their wheels. The plans and the carrying out of the plans is almost always logical. You can really follow why the characters are doing what they're doing. There are definitely times where you wish they wouldn't, because you feel like this is really gonna go bad. This is gonna end badly. I've taught me grammar. And yeah, an episode will set up a goal. Maybe it'll be at the start of the episode, maybe it'll be at the very end of the episode before. A goal for the characters who are working on, for example, escaping prison. And over the course of the episode, we'll see them work towards that goal, and then the end of the episode, a new problem will be set up, and let's see. Yeah, and sometimes the resolutions can be very easy and cheap, resolving at the very start of the episode something that was at the end of the previous episode something that seemed an insurmountable obstacle. And this is, I would say, that's basically a necessary shortcut. They couldn't possibly make every single problem equally, yeah. And there are times where we don't fully understand how this goal factors into the escape, but the show tends to provide enough information that we can tell that it is progressing the plan. It's visualized very well. We don't immediately know what it's going to do for Michael to have access to a certain area, for example, why he needs specific objects, etc. But we can tell that it is either going well or going poorly. And Michael behaves with such purpose that we accept that it must be important, because clearly he has a plan and has thought it through, which is something that the show, excuse me, does a really good job of establishing in the pilot. Like, by the end of the pilot, you believe that Michael is legitimately going to be able to break out of prison, get his brother out of prison, and this was something that, it's not like the show makes it seem easy to break out. It's just that, what's that thing, when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. If Fox River is an immovable object, then Michael is an unstoppable force. And there also tends to be consequences when something goes wrong, albeit sometimes the consequences are resolved relatively quickly and easily, but it does require effort and sometimes even sacrifices from main characters or their loved ones, so it doesn't feel cheap or unearned. Now, there are some fake outs where something will seem to be a certain way and then turn out to be another way, but a number of them simply foreshadow something that will happen later. If someone appears to be injured or dead, and then it's revealed that they aren't, they may end up that way later. And every so often the character will ask how a thing is going to work, or claim that a thing won't work, which leads to another case of the very frequently Michael explaining how it's going to work, and this is of course in part for the audience's benefit. And they tend to hit the right balance. It doesn't feel like the show is talking down to the audience or getting bogged down in explaining, because this is not, like I said, it's fiction. We want it to be dramatic. It's not going to be that interesting if all they're doing is explaining something that they're going to try to do. We want to see them do it, or at the very least, if when it's being explained, it should seem really dangerous and difficult, so that we still feel like it's interesting. And Michael will sometimes use easy-to-understand metaphors and comparisons. An important revelation will often be immediately followed by someone summing up what was just revealed in a few words so that no one is confused. If you watch a lot of episodes in a short space of time, it can sometimes sound like they're like dumbing it down for the audience, such as when they're restating the status quo. It's sometimes also written as really succinct, sorry, so that it will work well in episode recaps and such. It is a show. It is a show that was made so that it would, you know, if you watch one episode per week, is basically that's what it was. If you watch, I mean, it didn't happen so much to me, but I can imagine that. I think I just have a high tolerance for that sort of thing. But I watched, I just watched all 5 seasons. Over the last 3 weeks, I rewatched episodes from all 5 seasons. But before that, I I watched all 5 seasons. The first four I'd already watched, but you know, one episode every single day, basically without exception. And the yeah, when when you do it like that, you do kind of notice that like an entire episode will pass and it won't necessarily be that much further along than it was in the episode before, at least with some things. I would say I again, other than the flashback episode, I don't. Well, actually, that one does it with the flashbacks. No, every single episode of this show develops the main plot and or some of the, yeah, almost always the main plot. Sometimes it's like subplots. And anyway, develops them in every single episode so that there is something that, yeah, like, I realize when I say that there's stuff in Without a Trace where you could basically skip it. Technically that show is very episodic. It is, each episode is a, what's it called? There's a new case every episode basically. But even so, they could still have a bit of a through line where like interpersonal relationships between major characters, characters who are in basically all episodes, you could have some growth there in every single episode. And I think it is intentional that they didn't go for, they wanted to focus more on the, what's it called, the cases. So there is development over the course of the show, but there isn't like, yeah. But on this show, I think, again, this show made a very conscious decision, and I think I like this show's version, the show's decision better. There really is no episode that, like, yeah, every single episode furthers the plot in some way. There's always some further development, and and like I said, even if there's not always a huge amount, but there's always the character interactions and development of characters is also very compelling. Now, I mean, that is also a thing I will say. If you start watching this show and you really like, there are major characters that you really can't stand, or that you at least don't really care about their subplots and such, then the show might, you know, and I don't blame anyone for that, because some of the characters are really quite reprehensible. But the yeah, some of the characters that can really get a very negative, reaction from the audience, some of those stay around for a long time. So if you don't like, you may not want to keep watching the show, because some of them continue to be really terrible for, and they are meant to be terrible. Now, well, yeah, the show has a lot of realism. Now, it tends to go slightly, you know, go slightly past in like technology and such. It goes slightly past what exists, what is feasible and such. But it doesn't get completely out there. And you know, Alias definitely got out there, and for that, it's not the bug, it's the feature. You know, the and again, I love that about that show. That's very enjoyable about that show. I don't think that would have worked for this show. Now, sometimes characters will accomplish things that are very convenient for keeping the action moving fast and such, but they almost, without exception, have explanations that are convincing and well researched. And it's very cinematic, gritty from real locations, very few sound stages, sorry, or fakey sets. And it's stylish in filming and editing without getting excessive. You know, cinematography is great, sometimes even excellent. This has one of the most impressive focus pulls I've seen in any TV show or movie ever. It uses tools like color correction to great effect, and some would call the editing of the show MTV editing, music video editing. There is some truth to that, but it does have an impact much greater than if it was just a series of music videos stitched together. And it is infinitely better than anything I've seen by McG. So, you know, better than Terminator Salvation and both of his Charlie's Angels movies. Yeah, after watching those, I decided not to keep watching his movies. And you know, I'm not gonna claim that the show, like I've seen some music videos that are unbelievably effective in like getting some emotion or concept across, and I'm not gonna claim that this show outdoes all of them in that, but you know, I would say it's very impressive for the limitations that the show does put on itself because of not having, you know, science fiction. Now, sometimes it will dive into stylization briefly to highlight the intensity and of a situation, maybe highlighting how different it is from other situations, but it enhances from the experience rather than detracting from it or distracting. You know, one example of going too far with stylization would be the Get Carter remake with Sylvester Stallone. You know, this show never gets anywhere close to that. And when the show goes to commercial, sometimes we'll see a brief sped up shot of a POV. Excuse me. You know, if they're trying to escape from prison, it's maybe rushing through a tunnel. You know, it's always depending on what the situation is, what the goal is for the good guys. You know, that's what the sequence is going to be. And the show uses flashbacks to explain to increase emotional impact without ever going overboard with flashbacks. You know, there are a few times where they will show a lot of flashbacks in a very short space of time, but it's because they're trying to establish, you know, maybe a character is about to collapse. You know, maybe they're struggling to stay alive, and the flashbacks, it's like this is what they're focusing on to keep them going. You know, it doesn't happen just, you know, or if it's, yeah, trying to remind you of something important. Yeah, put you in the head of a specific character, but it doesn't use flashbacks like constantly. And I'm not saying that it was a mistake for Lost to use flashbacks. You know, I mean, I guess there's really no episode of Lost that doesn't have any kind of flashback or something similar. I'm not going to give away exactly what the alternative is, since that would be a spoiler, but I'm not saying that's a bad thing for that show. I don't I like this show better because the show doesn't do that. In part because the show doesn't do that. But that is, again, that is something Lost did to enable them to actually produce enough footage that they could make an episode in the short amount of time they have to do it, and keep it all looking very stylish. And I would say Lost is more of a stylish show than this, as is Alias. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily a better, you know, I don't want this show to be more stylish than it is. And I'm not saying that Lost or Alias should have been less stylish. But yeah, the yeah, I've pretty much, I would be restating if I into more detail about that. And yeah, the show is a very realistic and very credible exploration of how awful being in high security prison is. There is some racial stereotyping, and don't get me wrong, they don't make people from just, you know, it's not that all non-whites on the show are just bad, but the Latinos are passionate and talk fast. The African Americans are frequently from the lower class. Some are even gang members. They're quick to anger and violence. And before you say, of course they do, of course the show does this, given that so many of the characters are inmates, a lot of the white people on the show are allowed to more dimension and less, they're less stereotypical, including the cons. And it gets even worse when the show has characters that are not American, especially if they're not, if they're not American and also not white. That, yeah. Now, let's see. And also outside of prison, the show also has some stereotyping of. I'm not saying it's for everyone. There are some white characters who are, that they are bad in ways that white people are sometimes bad. But if the show only very briefly shows an African American or a Latino, they are more negatively stereotyped than the white characters are a lot of the time. Now, when the show has sets, they are great sets, and the location shooting, Fox River is an actual Chicago prison. It's Joliet, so yeah, and they get a ton of authenticity out of that. But outside of prison, they also do a really great job. Like, if I wore a hat, it would come off to the location scouts, because they do an incredible job of having very varied locations in the same season. And when you watch the DVD special features, they explain, well, there are certain, places in America where if you set up yeah, if you produce a TV show out of that city, yeah, you don't have to drive for very long to reach a a place that looks distinctly different from this other place and this other place. So they have maybe 5 different locations in the same season where it legitimately feels, because, once these characters do escape, they're not all going to the same place, especially not in the long run. So yeah, they go to different places, and one episode will have multiple very different looking locations, and like within the fiction they're in hugely different places, but from a production standpoint, yeah, they're relatively close to each other, and yeah, that really the show gains so much from that. It's incredible, and the casting is also incredible. It really puts you right inside the maximum security prison, and you get a sense of how horrible that existence is. The score uses a lot of early to mid 2000s rock music, which is also, if you are not, I would say that it fits. This is it's a show that's about brutal people and brutal environments. So, yeah, and some of the main characters have a musical theme that plays when they're doing something especially interesting, or when they're referenced, or like if they suddenly reappear after a long time of being gone, you know. And let's see, one of them is the character of Paul Kellerman. In commentary tracks, they refer it has this sort of very distinct bell. Sorry, that makes it sound really lame. It's really cool. It's just, yeah, it's hard for me to describe that, but yeah, it has this very distinct bell. And in commentary tracks, they refer to it as the Kellerman Bell, or refer to him as Bellerman. And some of the other characters that have a musical theme are the characters of Teabag and Michael. It really helps to avoid the show getting tedious with the musical score, and ultimately, a lot of the music is tense and suspenseful, with some hint that the situation may work out in favor of a particular person or group. So, we could easily have gotten that could easily have gotten to be very repetitive. And the main theme, and I'm not 100% sure, possibly some of the other music, was composed by Ramin Djawadi, who composed the score for the first Iron Man, and I mean, he did an incredible job on this show and that movie. So yeah, there's some excellent music used on the show. And let's see. So yeah, let's see. I noted this of scenes set in the prison, but I would say it's also of other. Yeah, the show sets up the geography of a setting and then uses it. It doesn't feel like characters just magically get from one area to another in this show. It doesn't feel like cheating. You can understand how the characters got from where they were to where they are now. And this is, again, like the yeah, there's not a single instance on this show where a character appeared in a location and I legitimately could not understand. There were times where it took me a few seconds to piece it together, but it was never so much that it like took me out of the show. But there was never a time where I legitimately could not logically reason, and I tried. I when a show aims to be credible to the based on the what it's going for, I I try to be I try to really notice if they completely keep to that, and they do. I never felt like the characters couldn't possibly, like, you an episode might end with them in a bad situation, and then the next time you see them they're in a slightly different situation. There was never a time where I was like, how could they possibly have gotten from where we saw them to where they are now? That's not, it always makes sense. It always makes sense what they're. Yeah, I'd be repeating myself, but yeah. So I am aware of the existence, but no real details about anything else Brett Ratner has made that, you know that's TV related. I do know a few of his movies. The yeah. I know and tolerate his X-Men movie and the Rush Hour movies. I'm not that excited about ever watching them again, but I think he did an incredible job here. He directed the pilot, and he's, let's see, I want to say executive producer. I don't think, yeah, he's not the show creator, but I believe he was an executive producer for possibly the entire run, at least the first 4 seasons, I believe. And yeah, I mean that's the thing. This is what he does well, keeping to a fast pace whilst keeping things, excuse me, more or less logical. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure that. Actually, I guess the logic thing is probably some of the other people working on the show, but he can keep to a fast pace, and really, X-Men 3, if it just wasn't an X-Men movie, it's just because it comes after the first two, it's such a huge disappointment. It's not a terrible movie if you just, like, hypothetically, if every character, like, if the only thing you changed about that movie was that it wasn't actually an X-Men movie, and every character, like, you could have the same actors portraying these characters, but just everyone's called something slightly different, I don't know, Magni Ta, for example, and Professor Javier, something, the, I don't know if Mystique, Doctor Strange, taken. Yeah, I would have much less of a problem with it if it just wasn't that it came, it'd be like, huh, this is actually a lot like that other thing, but I guess it's not. Okay, I'm glad it's not. Anyway, the show is incredible at setting things up and later paying off on. I realize I'm saying a lot of positive things. It's just that most of the things about the show I would say are positive. So, occasionally I do say something negative about the show. But yeah, a lot of the time you don't know what is, you know, what is going to come back or how, but very sudden developments on the show tend to be paying off something that was set up. And let's see. And there are setups that aren't paid off on, or their payoffs are, you know, not very substantial. So you don't know what you'll get going in, even if you notice the setups, But I wouldn't say, I don't think there was ever a time where I felt like a setup should have led to a larger payoff. Like, there are things where it seems like, oh, this is definitely going to lead to that thing, but then later, it's, oh, it, it didn't lead to anything. But then, when you really think about it, it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I can see why it didn't lead to anything. That's okay. There might be a time, there are a lot of times on the show where a character will seem like they're in a situation that is gonna end. Do I wanna? There are some times where characters will be trying to convince someone else that, no, this is okay. I am actually, like, they'll present themselves to someone as someone the audience knows they're not, and we wonder, like, are they gonna believe this? Because they're saying it very confidently, and the character's like, okay, I guess, and then later, and so you're maybe thinking they're just pretending to. They're trying to get the other one to lower their guard, and they're gonna, like, call the cops on them or something. And then later, when the situation's been resolved, you see they didn't end up calling the cops. And when you think back to it, you know, yeah, it's like, I guess they did buy it. Okay, yeah, I could see that. there was never a time where again, it never pulled me out of the show, and it sounds like that didn't happen for, you know, I'm not saying for everyone, but for a lot of people, it sounds like they didn't feel that way either. But when you see that there wasn't a payoff, or not a substantial payoff on something that was set up, it was never like, wait a second, and you spend several minutes trying to figure out. It's always like, yeah, okay, that's it. You always get there fast. I don't think there's almost nothing on the show, and again, this is ideal. The show almost always manages to provide just enough that you're following along, but without guessing where they're going, and without feeling, you don't lose interest. And that is something very difficult to maintain. And that is, again, there are definitely times, you know, on a lot of other shows where there are times where you just kind of lose interest somewhat. Nah. But yeah, paying paying off setups, so it doesn't feel like, the going back to these sudden developments, it doesn't feel like it came out of nowhere. And this in spite of the development being dramatic and hugely changing the status quo. It might be something that, if we knew about it sooner, we would have known where the show was going with it. And this is a huge positive that this has that Lost lacks. In that show, there would be countless things that just came completely out of the blue, which, that by itself doesn't have to be a problem, but a ton of them they would never do anything with. They would bring up interesting ideas, and they would just lie there, and continues to baffle me how much credit the show got for just that. It had a sleek presentation of ideas that we had seen done incredibly well elsewhere before, and would occasionally pay these ideas off. And often that was all the show had to offer. All that meant was that they had read books or watched other shows that had these ideas, and that they had a visual style. It's a lot more challenging to not bring in ideas that come out of the blue, but to make almost everything pay off something else, than it is to bring something in out of the blue. All that means is that the writers thought of something that wasn't paying something else off. And if they couldn't come up with ideas at all, then obviously they shouldn't be writers. And yeah, there's probably going to be at least some more criticism of Lost in this video. But again, I'm trying to not let it get out of hand. So that's going to be it for that. Sometimes in action scenes, the show uses the fact that a lot can happen between when it cuts away from an action scene and when it cuts back to it. This is true of other kinds of scenes as well. A lot of stuff happens on the show off camera, and you can tell what happened, from what happens on camera before and or after it. Now, the show has a lot of slang, abbreviations, and such. It's great use of language, but it is, like, I would say, the very first time you watch it, maybe keep a pad of paper and a pencil right next to you, so that every so often you can just write just a couple, just a, like a what's it called, an abbreviation or slang. Like, it's not these like long, really complicated, but there'll often be like one word or one abbreviation. And I would also definitely, I know not everybody likes subtitles, but you may want to have subtitles on for it. But yeah, it's you I think the show could have explained these slang words the very first time they came up. And there are some of them that, you know, some of them are obvious. It's not confusing that the character whose full name is Theodore Bagwell, that they shorten that to Teabag. Part of it may also be the fact that he is, he has sex with other men. And yeah, and the fact that the yeah, for example, the first time someone refers to Lincoln as Link the Sink, they explain why. And that's because the show made that up itself. There are slang terms that they didn't make up, but they use, and a lot of those they don't explain. They basically assume you know them, and again, some of them, like, yeah, there's also a character whose name is literally Benjamin Franklin, so yeah, he's referred to as C Note. The yeah, actually, I guess that, yeah, technically it's still not 100% obvious. The note as in what's it called? Money. A bill of money. I forget if C is that because C is the old is the Roman numeral for 100, or is it, yeah, and like short for, yeah, and if like centi, which means 100, yeah, so yeah, that is technically, it's fairly obvious if you know enough to do, but at the same time, it's not like, I can imagine there might be people who watch it and they're like, why are they call, there's no C in his name, why are they calling him C Note? And yeah, I do think they could have, right, and sorry, and the final piece of information that you need, and I realize, yeah, some people know this, not everybody does. Benjamin Franklin is the face on the $100 bill. And see, that wouldn't have taken them forever to explain. You could explain that really, C Note. Why do they call him C Note? Because he's Ben Franklin, $100 bill. C centi. There you go. What did that take? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Maybe. I do think some of these things they should have explained, because there are things like, before watching this show, I did not know what a CO is. It's correctional officer. It's a guard in a prison. If you don't know that, like, the first time you hear it, if you don't, like, sometimes context clues are mostly enough, but I would definitely say, yeah, yeah, there's a time where, yeah, there's a time, no, yeah, I'm not gonna give that example because it's kind of a spoilery. So there are times where the context clues are enough. But there were times where, after watching an episode, I would have to Google, what does this slang term mean? And I don't think, again, it's not enough to bring it down from a perfect score, but I think an argument could be made that at least some of the time they should have explained these, because it is something that, like, it is a show that communicates a lot in a short space of time. So if you're getting hung up on what does this or that mean, you might miss something important, or something else important rather. So yeah, I think that at least some of the time they should have very briefly, because there are things where they will briefly explain. Yeah, and again, it's when it's slang, you have to understand what the words mean. The visuals, there are things where they don't, like, spell out verbally what is this, but you see what they do with it, and based on that, you understand what you're seeing. They don't explain those, but they don't need to. But the slang, if you don't understand, the slang terms they use, there are things that are going to confuse you. And yeah, I think that should have been, they should have made sure, and again, it's not like, there are some where it's like, one of the, nah, I don't want to give that away. The show uses language really well. I think they did it. The dialogue writing is very, very strong. Now, the show really appeals to you know, many of us viewers enjoy puzzles and brilliant plans. Some of the main and major characters on this show have a really great thinky part of skull. And, some of the plans may not go off without a hitch, but, you know, you do certainly see significant gains from the, excuse me, but yeah, not when the plan fails, but yeah. And yeah, of course, sometimes things go completely wrong, and Michael has to figure out a new complex solution, which is also exhilarating. And some of the others may also have to improvise, which sometimes goes well, sometimes goes poorly, sometimes the improvising makes the situation much worse than it was before. The show has a ton of situations where you're on the edge of your seat. You're thinking, how can the good guys possibly get out of this one? Sometimes several characters will have to work together on improvising because one character by himself wouldn't be able to sell it. There are even times where you don't realize that they were intentionally improvising until after the situation has been saved. And there are a lot of great transitions between scenes involving different people and subplots. Sometimes they're hard cuts. What will very often be the case is that characters will bring up a person or situation of the like, and then it will cut to what is currently happening with that person or situation or the like. This is very intuitive and easy to follow, and because of that, it allows them to keep the story moving very quickly, because the audience doesn't have to spend time and brain power figuring out where we are, since we know, because it was just talked about. And again, that's a huge strength of this show that so many other shows just, they don't do this, or they don't do it as well. And yeah, I'm not saying that everything has to do it like this, but I honestly, like, again, maybe other shows have done it. If you know shows that have done that same thing really, really well, please put them in the comments, and like, I will probably check them out, because I really, really loved watching this. It's deeply impressive how well they keep, like, the first episode practically starts in media res. That the show doesn't actually, like, what's the word? Like, there's always something going on, basically. Again, obviously, when the show reaches what was at the time planned to be a series finale, it tries to resolve, and it does an incredible job, actually, of resolving, and yeah, they manage to find a way to bring back. But anyway, but other than that, they always they manage to, and they also manage to, when a season ends, a season will end in a dramatic way that, again, other than season finales, there's still, you can see how, okay, there's going to be something in the next season. There's clearly more here. It's not everything has been resolved, basically, but it's also enough. It's satisfying. You know enough, you understand enough, if you've been through enough. The characters have been through enough to make it feel like a satisfying, because that's a, I feel like I've seen shows where, excuse me, where they simply don't manage to do enough in a season finale to make it, like, yeah, and where it's like, you can barely was that a season finale? Was that just, did they know that was going to be a season finale? Because it's like, it's not enough to be a season finale. Like, if I had to wait several months to get another episode, I wouldn't, like, that sort of thing. And this show always manages to do that. There's always enough without it resolving so much that it's yeah, yeah, I am gonna move. Uh, just briefly, let me think. Yeah. We're talking about how it keeps things moving in part because, yeah, like, a character will say, will mention some other character, and then it will cut to that character, and we, yeah, and the because, and yeah, this isn't really a criticism of Lost, but for comparison, Lost, especially when going between main plot and flashback, the flashbacks form an overall story in the episode, and they have some relation to what's going on in the main plot. So when it goes from main plot to flashback the second time in an episode, it's it's part of the same plot as the first flashback was. But when it cuts from a flashback back to the main plot, it may not be, or cuts from some of a subplot to another subplot. It may be two very different things. They're not really. It's not really focusing on the same overall, like, as a quick example. If they're in prison, well, you have the you have Lincoln's friends and family on the outside trying to exonerate him. You have Lincoln on the inside, and the yeah, you have the various people who want to escape. Then you have some of the guards who are a danger to, if they discover the escape attempt, that's it. There's no, and let's see, yes, and then you also have on the outside of the prison some of the people who have a relationship with some of the people inside the prison, a business relationship, for example, and maybe, they badly need the person inside the prison to get back out of prison. They need them to accomplish something, that sort of thing. And you can go between all the ones that I just mentioned without losing the pace, and without really, like, yeah, let's, as a quick, we start outside of prison with the people trying to work to exonerate him, and maybe their scene ends on, they find some key bit of proof that he was framed, and they're like, this is going to get Lincoln out of prison. Cut to Lincoln, and he's working with the others to escape from prison, i.e., Lincoln is getting out of prison. They just said Lincoln is getting out of prison, and now we're seeing Lincoln might get out of prison, but through so it changes the context slightly, but we're still thinking the same thing. Our mind is in the same basic place. And then it's, okay, so Lincoln is trying to escape. Oh, wait, there's a problem with escaping. And, maybe, yeah, for example, the problem with escaping is that there's a guard nearby and they have to hide something. And then, once they're sure that the guard didn't spot it, the conversation turns to, are you going to be able to deliver the thing once we're out of prison because we need it? And he's like, of course I am. And then cut to him on the phone. You are going to be able to deliver the thing, right? Because I promised them. Cut to the guy on the other end of the phone saying, the only way I'm going to be able to get the thing that you need is this. And then, so it keeps moving, and it's just, I really, I hope that there are just a lot of shows, and I just don't know about them, that have done this same thing. I'm not saying every show has to. I'm just saying it is an incredibly efficient way of keeping the plot moving, and the just, it feels like the show never slows down, and technically that's not entirely accurate, because it does also have these more, scenes where they get to enjoy, like, if they, yeah, I mean, I can't. That's not something I'm going to be able to. Yeah, let's say they have a major victory. That maybe they'll get a little bit of time to enjoy their victory. It doesn't completely. It would be unbearable if it was always everything was always a problem or a conflict. And the let's see, but yeah, that example is for in prison, but you know the I'm not going to give away when, but at some point they manage to escape from prison, and then they're on the run, and it's no longer a guard that might, you know, realize how they're trying to escape. It's that a cop or a civilian might recognize them as criminals on the run, and the yeah, there's always this. They always manage to have all of these different characters who depend on each other in one way or another. It's not always that they depend directly on each other, but they depend on each other, and or they have some sort of other relationship. And because it goes directly from it's always you have the good guys trying to accomplish their goals, and you have the bad guys trying to stop them somehow, even if they don't know exactly what it is, that is going on. They figure there's probably something going on. I got to keep an eye on them because they're up to no good, some kind of thing. And maybe once they escape, maybe some of their family on the outside desperately want, you know, yeah, maybe there's some tension between is it safe to go be with their family, or are the family being watched, and all of this. They do such an incredible job on that. Film language and visual shorthand are both used very well to get complex concepts across without getting bogged down in long explanations. And sometimes they use them to trick the audience into thinking a certain thing is happening, such as the good guys getting caught. But it turns out they just didn't show why it would be okay until the very end of the sequence. And the show goes into how painful and harmful it is to be in solitary confinement, and how hard it is when someone you're related to or care about is in prison, even if you yourself are not in prison. And there are more cell checks than in real life to increase the tension. Will Michael be back in time for cell check when he's, you know, yeah, I'm not going to give away exactly. And actually, I suppose, yeah, see, since I've watched the show, to me, the term cell check, yeah, let me briefly, for those who don't know, yeah, just so that sentence actually makes sense. A cell check is when the guards walk past a cell and look inside to check that the prisoners, basically, I mean, at the end of the day, they do have to make sure that there isn't a prisoner, like, if one of the prisoners is hurting another prisoner, they're supposed to separate them. That's the law. They may not want to. They may feel like they should, I don't like that prisoner. I don't care if they get hurt. They have to. That is the law. So they check the cell. You know, and obviously, given the show, it also, some of the time it does. Yeah, if Michael is not in the cell, if he is somewhere else, they're gonna realize something's gone wrong. Some situations you see many times, such as Sarah asking Michael about something she has. That actually requires a little bit of explanation. Sarah is the prison doctor, and she finds Michael interesting and maybe has, maybe slowly develops some feelings for him. But yeah, and yeah, but yeah, if Sarah is asking Michael about something she's discovered and that he doesn't want to tell her, you know, that kind of thing, you know, comes up a number of times, and they do what they can to keep these scenes interesting with, among other things, varied dialogue. And I would say they largely succeed. I don't think there's really a scene on the show where I was like, this is real. Like, there's at least one character that I really don't like on the show, but I don't think there's one entire scene where I legitimately dislike the scene as a whole, even if I do dislike that character's presence in the scene. I should briefly say it's not a character who stays around for very long. So I think they might have realized how much the audience would dislike him. Now, one thing that does have a lack of consequences is that some characters can get away with brutalizing, even killing other people, at least for a long time with no punishment, and like a lot of other shows, but unlike Without a Trace, to say something positive about Without a Trace, since I've said a lot negative, a lot of the victims are disposable, which, you know, Without a Trace, as a central concept, is the victim here is not disposable. You know, the victim is a person with a life, with friends, with loved ones, and over the course of the episode, we get to know who they are, you know. But yeah, on this show, a lot of the people who get brutalized and even killed, yeah, they're disposable. They are there to make it shocking that these characters are killing people. And honestly, at times we're asked to empathize with some of these killers more than some of their victims, and certainly much more screen time is devoted to certain killers than any of their victims or their families. And that is, yeah, that is an unfortunate, you know, I haven't watched all of it yet, but a while ago by now, I don't know, has it been a year? It's been a while. Twin Perfect did a video. They've actually done a couple since. I'm working my way to getting around to them. I'm sorry, I'm not that interested. I watch almost every video they make, but I'm not that interested in Twin Peaks. I'm sorry, I'm just, you know, at the end of the day, I like Lynch, but I don't think he's that much. I'm not that into that, the sort of thing he does. It's not, he does an incredible job of it. It's just not my sort of thing that much. But yeah, Twin Peaks, they did a very long video where they talk about it, and one of the things they talk about is that he badly wanted to make sure that the murder victim on a TV show was not disposable, that we care about them, because he looked at TV about solving murders, and he said the victims are disposable, and I don't like that. I really don't like that. And I think a lot of the way we it yeah we should have the victims, yeah, the victims on TV and in movies, as far as possible, should not be disposable. You know, if you have a piece of fiction where you kill off a character, that should matter. You know, that really should matter. And I do think that it's too bad this show. I think the show would be stronger if they, yeah. But it is, at the end of the day, it is something they do to make the show more shocking. You know, it is a dramatic event, and you know they wouldn't be able to keep to as fast a pace if each time they had to give a lot. You know, if they, excuse me, if they made efforts to not make them disposable. And yeah, I guess I am saying that ultimately the show would be better if not for so many disposable victims. Yeah. Now, sometimes credulity strains past the breaking point with how well certain plans work out and how much planning was done. And things like prison rape, you know, what's it called? Shank. You shiv someone with a shank or shank them with a shiv. I can never remember. But anyway, that and other prison violence is depicted as hard, sometimes even impossible, to avoid, and the guards are seen to intentionally hurt prisoners and punish the ones they don't like. And the show does unfortunately live down to the stereotypes pointed out by the pop culture detective in his excellent video. You know, in general, his videos are excellent. On the Shawshank Redemption, the video is entitled How the Shawshank Redemption Humanizes Prisoners, and I'm going to briefly quote. When male characters find themselves incarcerated in Hollywood blockbusters, the setting is often used as an excuse to glorify forms of hypermasculinity. There are some notable exceptions, but the overall pattern in entertainment is that prison is a place where the artifice of the social contract is stripped away, and men must embody an aggressive, unconstrained, almost animalistic form of manhood. Interpersonal violence in prison movies is depicted as a necessary form of survival, and this framing allows leading men to get away with behavior that would be frowned upon in most other social contexts. These kinds of movies typically rely on the good guy thrown in with the animal scenario, and play up the brutality of guilty prisoners as a way to reinforce the inherent goodness of our protagonist. We are all familiar with the prison yard showdown cliche, wherein our hero proves his status as a tough guy by taking down the scariest convict on the block. The brutality is not only accepted, it's also celebrated, because Hollywood prisons are packed with snarling, one-note goons. Framing fictional prisoners as nothing but a bunch of vicious monsters helps to reinforce the widespread beliefs that prisoners in the real world deserve to be exploited, mistreated, or abused behind bars. This is part of how entertainment media systematically dehumanizes men in prison. And yeah, I recommend you watch the entire video, everything he's done really. The show does get right criticizing prisons for exploitation and abuse of prisoners, much like the pop culture detective points out that Shawshank Redemption does. But yeah, it is, you know, I will admit it would have been a very different show if it went very far away from that, but it is still, like, there are some stereotypes that are just very harmful and should be avoided in media. And on a season 1 commentary track, the show creator says that redemption is a big theme in the show, and that is definitely true. A major theme throughout the show. And yeah, over the course of the show, all of the plot lines are resolved, but for some it is not very satisfying because characters will die to resolve that plot line, and some of these deaths are also very sudden. Sometimes the plot line is not resolved by killing off a character, sometimes a plot, and sometimes a plot will take a break, even a long one, if the people who can make it progress are temporarily incapable of doing so. Instead, the plot line will be followed up on by other characters, and sometimes you can really feel like the show just did not want to have to keep putting in the work to handle certain characters, or maybe they had accomplished what they wanted to with those characters. And of course, an unexpected death in fiction can be very dramatic, but a bunch of the time on the show, it ends up having a negative, if mild, effect on the show. And if the character didn't have any loved ones who were already major characters, then the show may not even give us any exploration of the pain it causes the loved ones when someone dies. So that can, so again, disposable, that can make it feel like on the show, to the crew and other people making it, in this piece of fiction, human life is a very cheap commodity. And I am 100% not saying that that's how they feel about real life, obviously, but it can be very beneficial for fiction when human life is very important there, as, it is in real life. Now, on Lost, the show would cut away from an idea or a plot line sorry, yeah, when the show, because it could be a number of episodes before they go more into that. And on this show, when there are major characters, you know, it's not true of every single season, but certainly when at least some of the characters are stuck in prison, you tend to get updates on the plot lines almost every episode, and sometimes they'll be, you know, yeah, when the characters are not in prison, sometimes a number of episodes do pass before you get an update, but I honestly never felt like it was too long, where on Lost I definitely did. And yeah, when they're in prison, I'm not sure if there are two episodes in a row that don't go into the storyline of a specific character, except if that character is simply written off the show. And for the most important storylines, the main characters, and the main characters, they do tend to update frequently. Again, maybe one episode won't have them, but then the next one will. Ultimately, while you don't know it while you see it only later, there is a lot of tension and even some characters or extras that don't end up leading to anything significant, that are there to increase the amount of tension, make it seem as though the show was going to go somewhere that it doesn't end up going. It's not a bad element. Excuse me. It means you never know if tension leads to something or not. And they tend to do a good job of creating tension that makes the audience think it will lead to a consequence, but without pushing it so hard that when there is no consequence, it ends up feeling anticlimactic and anticlimactic? No, anticlimactic means against the weather, and unsatisfying. And that was a problem sometimes on Without a Trace. And I realize I did say some of that earlier in this video, excuse me, but now I made sure to fully detail it. And sometimes something is set up that will then seemingly not happen, but later it will happen, or something very similar will happen. So the audience thinks that a certain thing won't happen, but later it might. Which, sorry, I think I need to give a quick example to really explain what. Let's hypothetically say that it looks like a let's say, some characters are on the run, and it looks like a character recognizes them while they're on the run, and you think, oh, that they're gonna call the police or something, and then later they leave the area, and no, they didn't call the police, but then in a later, maybe later in the episode, someone else will recognize them and call the police, or they were recognized by someone we don't even see, and the police were called or something. And this means that when they leave the first place, where, again, without the police getting there, we think, oh, okay, so they weren't recognized, the police is not going to catch them, at least not this episode, but then it does, which allows them to surprise the audience even with plot points that we could have figured out. So some of these are ultimately fairly obvious, and it's really we're just waiting for it to happen, basically. And we don't know exactly which situation will happen, and so they can, and sometimes it won't happen. Just because the thing looks like it'll happen but doesn't mean it will happen later, so you don't know. And it lets them kind of say, oh, don't worry, they're not going to get caught right now, at least. They're going to get away, and then later they don't. Even just a few scenes later. But of course, it is also the show having its cake and eating it too, both getting to have the audience get the release of tension of the bad thing not happening, as well as the shock value of it happening. But, this is one case where I don't think to, yeah, I'm not particularly unhappy with that. Now, sometimes there are things in episodes where there will be a release of tension built up between characters, and a furthering of the plot that it seems like the release of tension would have slowed down. and I don't think I have an example that isn't a spoiler, but I think you pretty. Let's hypothetically say that maybe someone is looking for a hidden path and they're having trouble finding it. And they yeah, let's say there's a black guy and a white guy, and the white guy is really racist. So the white guy keeps insulting the black guy in racist ways. And then when they're having trouble finding this hidden path, they're getting frustrated about that. And so when the white guy makes another racist remark, the black guy like grabs him and slams him into a wall. And at slamming him into the wall, they find the hidden, that turned out to be the wall. That was the hidden entrance. So we both get the release of the tension that's been built up over a while of these two not getting along, and there is also a, and we have the plot further developing without, without having an extended scene where there's a fight or some other characters have to restrain them so they don't get in a fight or something. There isn't always action for every subplot in an episode, but there tends to be at least one subplot where the situation is about to be lost for the good guys. Maybe someone is looking for them and about to find them. Maybe there's a chase. It's very rare that you'll find an entire episode with at least one subplot with tension and suspense. And sometimes it'll be the same subplot several episodes in a row. Sometimes a while will pass wherein, excuse me, one specific subplot has action. But again, it's honestly genuinely impressive how well they manage to always have something going on. And when they get very creative, it also really keeps the energy going. I I legitimately I feel like they deserve an award for this. I don't know how, even with a team of writers, because I realize it's not one person writing all of this. Obviously, they had a team of writers. So multiple people can bring in ideas, and different people can be writing different episodes at the same time. But the way that they always manage to, yeah, I really, really impressed. And you never know exactly how one of these action scenes will turn out. Sometimes the good guys get away or otherwise win, and the wins that are the most built up to and most hard to earn on this show are unbelievably satisfying to see. It really feels like it pays off for the good guys, all they did, and it pays off for you, the viewer, giving the show your time and attention. And, some episodes and characters have plans inside of plans, with the other side having a plan to counter it, but it doesn't get so crazy and impossible to follow that it becomes frustrating and loses you. And sometimes there are multiple parties involved in a single conflict, and you'll never know who's going to come out on top, or sometimes exactly what their approach is. And sometimes the bad guys catch the good guys or otherwise win. Sometimes there's even a death, including of good guys, even some you thought would last much longer. So you never really know. Like the first time you watch the show, you are not going to be able to predict. Like there were a ton of times where I just did not, like, yeah, I'm not sure there was ever a time where I just straight up predicted how something would go. I think the show always managed to surprise me with, yeah, and I'm the kind of person who really tries to figure out, excuse me, plot twists. American TV shows are always fighting to keep viewers. Basically, they have to survive a situation like a regular viewer being called up by a friend who tells them to change the channel. Maybe that person won't change the channel back. So basically, the show has to be so good, so compelling, that if the viewer gets that call, they simply respond, "No way, I am changing the channel away from this." And by far, one of the most impressive aspects of this show is that I find they do better than most other shows I've seen, is their ability to put certain characters, yeah, sorry, I put the stress slightly weird, sorry about that, is their ability to put characters we care about in a situation we legitimately don't know how they're going to get out of, and then actually resolving the situation without resorting to something that we as a viewer don't believe could work. Keeping in mind that it needs to be something we didn't think of as a solution before it happened, including through a commercial break or even an entire week between episodes to speculate. Occasionally, they resort to something that comes off as a Deus Ex Machina, although, as I mentioned elsewhere, yeah, I already said in this video, almost everything that gets a payoff is actually set up, even though we may not realize when we see the setup that it's a setup or what it's setting up. And there are a few times where we find at least one element to strain credulity, such as the notorious Stormtrooper aim in a show where realism is otherwise high. But I honestly I can only think of extremely few examples where I or anyone I know was able to realize how they would make it out of a situation before we saw them start to do that. At which point it doesn't really count to figure out anymore, obviously. But yeah, I really, like, so impressed. So impressed. I am really gonna miss watching the show. Apparently, like, supposedly it's not impossible we'll get a season 6. I would love more of this show. This show has a lot of having to find a way into a restricted area and having to convince someone that they belong there, or having to hide when someone might spot them in there. I'm not going to say when it happens, but at some point in the show, one or more people will escape from prison, and when they do, their faces will be on TV and in newspapers saying they're a criminal. So every single time they encounter a person, there's the threat that person saw their face already and is going to turn them in. It's a very simple and straightforward setup, but they get a ton of mileage out of it. And again, by the time the show is over, I didn't feel like they had played that note too many times. But they get a lot out of it, and it's not always that, oh, that person recognized them. Sometimes it's like, you're like, is that person staring at them, or is that person recognizing them, or are they just like, you know they look a little weird when, like, there's at least one scene where a character or an extra is, they have a newspaper, but they're like, their eyes just over, and like, it looks like they're looking over the paper. It looks like they're looking at a person, and the person is like, am I being suspicious? Oh crap, did he recognize me? And it's legitimately like, you're sitting there and you don't know, and you so badly want to find out if this person is, is this escaped convict safe from being, discovered. And we even, again, for some of the people that we recognize are bad people, are legitimately, like, they've done some incredibly bad things, and there's some chance that they're going to do terrible things now that they're out of prison. We still, like, I mean, I guess it's not even always that we don't want them to get caught in that case, but there is some, there's tension there. Even if we hope they get caught, there's still, it's still not just like, oh, I'm gonna get caught, boring. There's still tension. since the show aired on the Fox network, when you see a newscast on the show, it tends to be Fox News. And, well, on this show, Fox News is actually depicted as a credible, unbiased source of information, which is by far the most unbelievable aspect of the show. But that is like, I mean, it's a nice and easy way, because then you don't have to wonder, like, wait, what network is this? You know, who who is this reporter, and what network is it? No, it's Fox. It's the Fox network. The it's Fox News. So yeah, this is not really a show that comments on Fox News. But then, a number of the shows on the Fox network are the kinds of things that Fox News complain about. So yeah. Anyway, the show gets quite international, although the movie magic is that most of it was doubled in Chicago or Dallas, and yeah, it's very, very impressive. If I hadn't been told, if I didn't know for a fact they couldn't possibly have actually traveled to the place that this is set, it is actually Chicago or Dallas, I would not have believed. Yeah. This is one of the post 9/11 TV shows that is critical of the government, including post 9/11, especially post 9/11, not only, including the CIA killing people overseas, use of torture, which this challenges the effectiveness of, and real life experts agree that it does not provide credible intel. And that is, I realize some people are satisfied with it just being extremely painful for the people, but the law says that the reason for the torture, the reason it's legal to use torture, is that it provides, credible intel. Otherwise, it would be considered cruel and unusual punishment, and in other words, it should be illegal. And in contrast to, a show such as 24, which presents a scenario, at least one scenario, wherein torture is the only way to save people's lives, which is a lie that has helped normalize the idea of Americans using torture. And, there's an episode of this show where a federal agent threatens someone who hasn't broken any laws with putting him on a no-fly list if he doesn't do what the federal agent tells him to, even though that actually is not, it's just, it's not 100% legal to do. Let's see. And the show has a very scathing indictment of U.S. foreign policy. Yeah, I absolutely love it. And a political issue the show will sometimes go into is fossil fuels versus green energy. At the same time, over the course of the show, I will say that the show has a mixed relationship, sometimes pro, sometimes con, with revenge, torture, and similar subjects. Sometimes the show will say that scars people, but other times it will present it, which is true, other times it will present it as cathartic. And that does also mean that, there are some characters on the show who will reply to torture with snark, a la Sidney Bristow, and that I do quite enjoy. And the show really has a heart. Several main and major characters are motivated by love for family. It would be very easy for the show to be cynical, as it is in other regards, but the characters do very clearly love their families, and their families love them back, and without spoiling the details, some of them are reunited with their families, and it is heartwarming to see, And it is actually, some of the characters are specifically defined as evil in part because of what they're willing to do to their own family, and what they're willing to do to other people's families without having without having empathy for the people they're hurting. Sometimes a solution or a plot thread will come up that makes you wonder why it didn't come up before, but I would say most of the time the show does explain why did this not come up before. It maybe sounds like this came out of nowhere, but then they say, and a character will acknowledge, yes, I knew about, I'm telling you now, I've known about this for a long time, but here's the problem, and we only have a solution to that problem now. And yeah, I and I very rarely found myself realizing that the that this solution, most of the time it's a solution that's so unusual that you, the audience, didn't think of it. It's just that suddenly the show brings up, by the way, our problem can be solved in this way. And, at first you'll be like, why didn't you say that sooner? And usually there will be at least one character in the show who actually says, you could have mentioned that earlier, and then the character will respond, this is why I did, yeah, this is why I didn't. And some of the car stunts seem like they probably should end up with some of the characters dead, and sometimes characters who don't want those characters to, or those things to lead to death, do things that should cause them, and that is legitimately something that the show, excuse me, there's never a good explanation for that, and sometimes, most of the time, the characters don't even bring it up, and really, I think the reason they don't is that the writers didn't have a good explanation. They wouldn't have really had anything they could say, respond to that with. It's one of the few places on the show where sometimes smart characters do stupid things. Every so often, the camera and or some characters will remind the viewer of the current status of the conflict for the plot thread we're watching. A lot of the characters, both the good guys and the bad guys, will sometimes win, sometimes lose, so it doesn't end up getting repetitive or predictable, or feeling like the show is never willing to let a bad guy win or a good guy lose. And at least once in the show, there is some excellent commentary on the media's role in dealing with anti-democratic elements post 9/11. If somebody tries to share the truth and rich and powerful people want to cover it up, they will create distracting stories. And yeah, I'm just going to quote. This is a direct quote from a commentary track. In typical Prison Break fashion, we end the episode on a tragic setback. Every episode ends with yay, followed by crap. Welcome to Prison Break. Okay, so they used a slightly more colorful word than crap. Excuse me. The show is incredible at ending episodes in a way that keep you coming back for the next episode. It also does great at giving you a good reason to stay through the commercial breaks, or at least returning after them. The government conspiracy plotline is, of course, quite ridiculous, but it does represent a popular TV show criticizing the government for its methods being extreme and its motivations being greed and hate, not long after 9/11 and the Iraq War. The Patriot Act is depicted as government overreach that is abused by corrupt federal agents, so very realistic. Any given episode may only cover some hours of events. It's not like 24 where the time is the completely the same as real life. but the events don't take place over long stretches of time like some other TV shows. Sometimes a message will be on the radio, on TV, and such, and the show will cut to many different characters in separate locations as we see that they heard, where they are, and their reaction to it to great effect. No waste of time. They will they will show so many different characters and settings in just a few and without it getting overwhelming. It's so impressive. I because there it is, for example, maybe something dramatic happened to an escaping convict, and that tells some of the other maybe one of the convicts hears that and is like, I talked to him yesterday and now that happened, so the like there that means that it might happen to us too, that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm being deliberately vague to not give you yeah. The show definitely has a very low opinion of foster families, foster homes, foster care. That is something there's a lot of things I love about Shazam, but one of one of the things I really love about that show is how positive and optimistic it is about, it's not saying all foster families, foster home, foster care, but some are really great. And yeah, I gotta say, I don't know if like some of the writers maybe had some really bad experiences, or I don't know. I do realize it is like there's a lot of American, you know, there's a tendency in American fiction, at least, to distrust the yeah. In addition to characters who are not at first in prison may at some point end up in prison and vice versa, some who started out with power may lose it and vice versa. And ones that cause or at least allow violence may end up receiving it and vice versa. But since it's not absolutely everyone whose situation ends up very different, you don't know who it will happen to, and you don't know when it will happen. I was very surprised by, some of the, like, when I when I watched some of the episodes where these changes happen, and I thought back to earlier stuff we saw of them, it was like, excuse me, I was stunned, like, so, huge, yeah, very high production value. It looks and sounds bigger and better than similar shows from the same time. I'm not saying that, oh, it looks a lot better than, for example, Alias. Yeah, of course. Alias ran several years earlier. At most, you could compare, let me think, I want to say the last two seasons of Alias with the first two seasons of this. And if you do that, I think the, Alias fares pretty decent in that, at least in the, season 4 of Alias fares fairly well compared to the first season of this. But overall, obviously, I'm not saying that Alias in 2001 should be, you know, yeah, it gradually has gotten bigger and better. Yeah, but yeah, comparatively, it ran at the same time as some of Without a Trace did, and I would say it does a better job than Without a Trace. That is one of the shows from the same time. There are a lot of secrets kept from characters. There are a lot of trust issues. Sometimes someone will overhear something or spot something, and it will sometimes be used as leverage. They know something about the escape or such. A lot of times characters will provoke the people who have them captured or the like, and this is played as them still having guts rather than them risking everything when they should probably just shut up and hope for the best. But again, American fiction, there's this idea that excuse me, that you shouldn't let them push you around, even if they. But yeah. Anyway, the show does pretty well at answering questions and resolving mysteries in a way that satisfies the audience. Again, something Lost was pretty bad at, and I realized the following is something that a lot of people loved about Lost. I'm not saying it's automatically a bad thing about that show, but Lost would set up questions and go a long time without answering them, which could get very frustrating. And on this show, very often they answer a question not that long after it first comes up, so that the audience is no longer wondering what the answer is, which allows us to focus entirely on the further developments instead of sitting there wondering why they don't pursue something that appears to be an obvious solution to their problem. And yeah, and this show brings up so many new mysteries. I'm not saying that Lost didn't bring up new mysteries, but again, like there were mysteries that were set up very early on Lost that were never resolved, and I'm not sure there's a single mystery on this show that's truly never resolved. You know, there again, there are some of the resolutions that weren't completely satisfying, and especially, you know, they maybe included killing off a character we wanted to stay around or such. But I really don't think there's a single mystery on this show that wasn't resolved. If there is, I can't think of one. And and again, I looked hard for that. And let's see, the thing, sorry, the thing was that because they answer the mysteries, when they bring up a new mystery, it's not frustrating. Like I said, Lost will also bring up new mysteries over the course of the run, but it could get very frustrating because you were still waiting for an earlier mystery to be resolved. And that's just not the case on this show. The show hides ADR incredibly well. I will say there is at least one big exception to that, but it's very rare that I was able to tell where they ADR'd something without it being pointed out on a commentary track. And again, I look for that sort of thing. I'm usually very good at picking up when something has been ADR'd. The show can get melodramatic with crying and such, like Lost, but I would say Lost was more aggressive and frequent with it, and this doesn't repeat dramatic images the way Lost did, you know, Jack crying, Kate wistfully looking out over the ocean, etc. On this show, the dramatic images tend to be repeated less, if at all, tends to find new dramatic images to use instead. I mean, I will say, I saw someone say it gets to be cliche how often like Michael looks really determined, but I mean it's in such completely different, like, I don't know. I don't think, no, I'm sorry. That is not as bad as very frequently having a major character cry as a dramatic. I'm not saying there's something wrong with actually crying. Something, again, you know, the pop culture detective points out that the show, which I haven't watched Steven Universe, so I can't personally vouch for it. But based on what he says about it, it sounds like I might quite like it. And he points out that on that show, crying is not seen as a sign of weakness. And I'm not saying it is a sign of weakness, but when Lost had Jack cry, it wasn't supposed to tell the audience that crying is healthy. It was supposed to hammer the audience over the head with, this is really dramatic. You know, like frequently showing a character cry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not sorry. That is the kind of thing you see. in a soap opera. That's really not the kind of thing that's in, yeah, because it's easy, you know. It's not difficult to, like, you know, I'm not saying it's easy for the actor, but it's easy to write, it's easy to film. Now, the show will set up how nearly impossible the thing that the leads have to accomplish is, and then we'll see them managing to accomplish it, or at least figuring out how to do so. And the also, the longer the show ran, the more frequently they would do big tasks on the show, and the faster they would manage to accomplish the big tasks. Stuff that would normally take several episodes will sometimes be accomplished in a single episode. In my old videos on the show, I said that by the end, you don't know what the company's end game is. I now disagree with that statement. I would say that by the end of the show, you definitely understand what the company is trying to accomplish, and you are passionate in wanting the good guys to stop them from it. I also criticized Season 4, and I honestly no longer agree with the criticisms I made of Season 4. I have not watched Breakout Kings, and I'm not currently planning on doing so. No particular reason why. And I'm not going to say what exactly the connection is, but there is a connection between this show and that show. At least one connection. Some of the season openers can be whiplash-inducing, as they set up the new status quo and conflict for the season. Some of them build nicely on the season before it, but some of them resolve major plot lines and plot points abruptly so they can move on to new ones. You know, like some other TV shows, each season opener tells you what the season is going to be about. Which also does mean if you don't like a season opener, you may want, you know, I mean, I already said you don't necessarily want to skip. But yeah, you could consider skipping the season, possibly even stop watching the show. Some of the seasons are hugely different from what came before that season. It never becomes a completely different show, and it's still about the same people, the same core conflicts, but some things do change dramatically, and it does lose some viewers who care deeply about the show before that point. You see that in some of the reviews. Again, near the end of season 2, there's a really big change, and yeah, but again, the thing is, each season finale, they set up some conflict, or yeah, it's not necessarily that they set up new conflicts. It may just be that they're adjusting conflicts that were already set up over the course of that same season. But there are going to be people who make theories in the months between, you know, one season airing and the next season airing, and the writers really badly did not want people to be able to figure out where they were going, and so they would, yeah, do this. And I don't think, yeah, that's a spoiler. Let me think. Is there a way I can reword that so it's not a spoiler? No, no, there isn't. That's okay. I've pretty much, I basically said what I really badly wanted to. On one commentary, they point out another great aspect of the show is that you never know who's playing who until the last scene. Every single episode alters the status quo in some meaningful way, even ones that seem like they might not. And again, there's an episode that is pure flashback, but the information we get changes things in a really dramatic way. And yeah, you know, the that is the what's the word? Yeah, and for every single other episode, it's plot. It is at least plot. Sometimes it's also character wise. the show has quite a lot of very distinct time limits. Threats that someone will be killed or hurt if something is not accomplished within a set time limit, a deadline, which of course works really well for a TV show that has to make sure to get the audience to stay through the commercials, or at least come back after them. And, yeah, there are confrontations and negotiating and such. The different seasons have feel of different shows and movies, and I am not going to give away exactly which seasons are which shows and movies, because that would be spoiler, but all of the show has a distinct Bourne trilogy feel to it, and I suppose I could have put that at the start of the. Yeah, see, I made that note, excuse me, before I realized I was going to put stuff at the top. Anyway, by the end of the show, certainly, hold on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. By the end of the show, if you think back on the various plots over the course of the series, character motivations and such, it does all hold up to scrutiny. And the. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, so there are definitely things where you do have to think back and sort of, like, there are things that are retconned, but there isn't a single thing, like, yeah, but by the end of the show, there's not a single thing where I legitimately felt like, well, that's just character assassination, or the yeah, it always, like, sometimes you'll find out something completely different about characters you thought you knew, and it may change some things, but at the end of the day, when you think back to what you saw and heard, yeah, the new information does not, it doesn't conflict with the old information, really. I mean, at most, what it might be is that a character is revealed to have lied about something, but it's not like, you know, I don't know. Let me think of an outlandish example to really. Let's see. It's, yeah, like, it's not that in one of the later seasons something is retconned as, oh, you know like, let's say that something apparently happened, that, yeah, that a character apparently did a certain thing, and when, like, let's see, yeah, but in reality the person was supposed to be dead by that point. That doesn't happen. The Which again is impressive because of all these major character deaths and characters revealed to have lied about really important things and such. But yeah, there were things where I had to. I will admit there were things where I had to really think back, really compare, and think. I can't give any details without spoiling, but why did that character do this, that, and the other thing when later we're told these completely other things? But after thinking about it for a while, and again, I wanted to make sure that I could really stand by giving this perfect 10. If I legitimately thought that there was a huge problem there, that is something that I would actually, and I've seen shows that do end up, yeah, setting up in a situation that then there's no way they could have resolved within the time they had, for example. And that's, I get that they liked that thing and maybe they were in a rush, but you really got to be careful with that sort of thing. And yeah, there's just, that isn't, there's none of that on this show. But yeah, there was a character where I spent a while thinking about, why did they do this, that, and the other thing when later we find out these completely other things? But after thinking about it for a while, I, I didn't have to invent something. When I looked at, well, this new information we find out about them, what were they trying to accomplish? And then let's apply that to the things that they at least said were true. And yeah, it made sense. Like, that's true. The things that, for a while, we believed that a character was truthful about this, that, and the other thing, and then we find out they were lying, but we understand why they lied. We get that the goal they wanted to achieve, they had an easier time of achieving if they lied. And there are things that appear to be one thing that are later revealed to be another thing, but when you look at how people talk about it, yeah, it makes sense. The things they said about it still make sense. It's just, they were maybe, I'll grant that some of it is this tricky written dialogue where the first time you hear it, you really think they mean this thing, and then later when you think back, oh, I guess they meant this other thing. And I mean, it's technically not cheating because it's not that they said, no, 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 you didn't hear what you thought you heard. No, no, you heard what you heard, but you interpreted it as one thing when really it was another, and yeah, they managed to resolve it all, and I would also, I would say that some of the things in the later seasons really reward, like if you watch, like it, I don't remember if they said this in a commentary track or a featurette or something, but when you've watched the entire, like, yeah, when you get some later seasons, there are some reveals about things from the earlier seasons that we weren't told about and such until now, and it's like, wow, I appreciate the earlier stuff so much more now, and it feels like they were like, it's unreal that millions of people have kept watching this show for this many years. You know what? We're going to reward them. We are going to give them stuff that they didn't know they wanted. And they're going to, I really, excuse me. And that was also a thing. Like when I put up my, when I put up my old review, there were people saying, what do you mean? The fourth season is actually like one of the best. I think some of them might have even said it's the best season of the show. And I, it's one of my favorites. It's definitely one of my favorites for sure. But yeah, I understand. I 100%. At the time, I didn't really understand, but I completely understand it now. Yeah, there are certain things yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so the overall plot could be explained by someone who's watched the entire show very closely to someone who's never watched a single episode, and it could still make sense. Which ultimately, I'm not sure you could really say that about Lost. And by the end of, yeah, I will. By the end of some seasons, and certainly by the end of the overall show, you really do feel like they did accomplish something. And obviously, I'm not going to spoil what that is here, but yeah, you really do understand. Like, I mean, that is something that some shows really struggle to do because once you have the characters accomplish something, it's like, like if you set up a goal early in the show and then later they achieve that goal, it's like, well, the show's done then, right? I mean, what else have you got? And then you maybe have to introduce something new, and that can feel very forced. It's like, but you just resolved the whole thing. This was why we were watching in the first place, which is definite. That happened with Lost in a big way. And I remember, you know, I watched the first 4 seasons of that show with my now ex fiance, and I was never that big a fan of the show, but she really loved it, and I enjoyed watching it with her. I realized that recently, that I was never that big of a fan of the show, but I liked watching it with her because she liked watching it, and I liked discussing the show afterwards. Even, I wasn't saying, I wasn't telling her that I didn't like it. And I think at the time I thought that I liked it. But, later I did realize, no, I just like watching it with her. If I hadn't watched it with her, I probably wouldn't have watched very much of it. But when she, so there was one thing where, like, the Lost resolved the major conflict, and then, like, the show creator said in an interview, oh, that was never the main conflict. And she literally, like, she had already read it, and she asked me to come over and see the interview, and she read aloud the bit, oh, that was never the goal. And she just went, what? And yeah, it's just, and yeah, I mean, Lost has a lot of things along the way that could really lose you. I maintain, even just when season 2 started, from very early on, there was something that they built to in season 1, and they were never going to be able to give a satisfying payoff to all that build up, because that's what Lost is good at, building up to something. It was never any good at paying it off. It really wasn't. It just sometimes did a good job of making people surprised at the payoff, so they felt like, anyway. I maintain I haven't gone off on a rant about Lost in this video, and I will not do that. But on this show, they managed to actually both, like, make it like yeah, they managed to accomplish something really big, and they they managed to have a conflict. You know, that's a thing. When a show runs for a long time, and there are a lot of conflicts along the way and resolutions and such, by the time you reach the end, it's like, this is not about the same thing anymore. This is barely the same show anymore. The conflicts that you set up earlier in the show have been long since resolved, and now what we're dealing with is not. It has nothing to do with that. It's just you made up something new so that you could keep going, and that doesn't happen with this show. I really, it's yeah. I again, I realize that to some people, let me rephrase that. To me, that never happened with this show. To some people, it did, and they are completely entitled to their opinion. They're not wrong. They and I disagree, but we're not. They're not wrong, and I'm not wrong. And they managed to. Yeah, I'm very, very impressed. Like, that is, yeah, that is something. Like, if you're not sold on watching the show, I would say that the experience of watching the whole thing. I showed this entire show to my dad, and he's not really much of a TV show viewer. He likes watching movies, but he very rarely watches TV shows, especially fiction. And, like, he likes documentary series, for example, but this is one of the only TV shows he's ever watched. And yeah, he was on the edge of his seat throughout. He got really, really into it. And the that should also give you an indication that, this is not a show that, you know you don't have to be my age to enjoy the show. I the I suppose, yeah, I think how I'm going to phrase it is my father was born in 1943, and he and I watched the show. We'd already watched the first 4 seasons together back when they first aired, but we rewatched those seasons, and for the first time watched the 5th season this year. You know, over the months leading up to me making this video, and he also really got into it. I mean, it helps that he does like it is his kind of like he likes tension and suspense. He always has. He watched tension. When he was a teenager, he also watched. You know, he watched American movies with tension and suspense. Now, but yeah, the over the course of the show, I'm not going to give away when, but over the course of the show, there's at least one major thing that the good guys accomplish. And yeah, I'm not going to go into further detail about that, obviously. In my old videos, I say that by the end of the show, you still don't know what the company were really trying to do. I've changed my mind on that. I would say you do know, and I guess I shouldn't. I'm going to go with if you watch enough of the show. I'm not going to tell you how much that means. If it's the entire show, or 1 season, or 2 seasons, or what. If you watch enough of the show, excuse me, you know what the company, excuse me, like what they seek to do and how they're going to do it and why and such. The show will sometimes set up something as a good thing, then twist it into an evil thing, or an evil thing and twist it into a good thing. The show tends to do a great job of introducing us to many new characters, not not including an overwhelming amount of new information in individual episodes, so that the audience can keep up with and not get too stressed out by how much new stuff they have to deal with, which also means they can really go all out for the tension and suspense, and sometimes the new stuff sounds like they could have done it sooner, but they tend to explain why it wasn't done sooner. There are a number of populist characters that convince groups of convicts to group together to use violence against someone they're otherwise afraid of. For a number of subplots, it will be that one character hears or sees something, and then it cuts to another character hearing or seeing, the same thing, and those, those subplots are propelled by the same thing. And the characters will discuss their plans rather than immediately going along with everything or everything working out, being accepted at face value. I can't help but notice that the show has a tendency towards, there are villains of different, different groups and such, but there's a tendency towards those of them that are young and female to be lesbian or bisexual, and their sexuality is used as a tool. Now, I get that that's a useful tool, and I'm sure it's realistic, but it seems very likely to be a way to get some salacious stuff in the show. Comparatively, when there's a hint of men being with other men or being with trans individuals, the show doesn't play that up as something that's attractive. Now, and the reason I specified young female is because not all of the female villains are young, and the ones who are, the ones that are not deemed attractive are not sexualized. And early on in the show, killing and death and other violent things are given a lot of weight, but later in the show, because it really applies itself and it runs for a really long time, keeps to a very fast pace consistently, it loses a lot of weight. Some characters at times accomplish absolutely extraordinary things, and some of these things the show does make you wait for, but they're worth the wait if you're enjoying the show. And you know, yeah, some truly incredible things are saved for the season finales, keeping in mind that when season 4, yeah, the season 4 finale was meant to be the series finale, and the season 5 finale was made in a way that it could serve as as a series finale if they didn't get another season. The show is incredibly good at conveying information visually. The audience nearly never confused. Basically, if there's something that we don't know in the show, it's because we're not meant to. They're keeping it from us because it's an intentional mystery, rather than them not effectively conveying information that they want us to understand. Which again, some shows you only later realize that's what they were talking about. But when you think about it, it's not that us only realizing it now, it doesn't have a bigger effect because of that. No, we were probably supposed to understand earlier, but they mishandled it. It varies over the course of the show how much humor there is in individual episodes. Sometimes the show is darker, sometimes it's lighter, but the show never completely forgets to have some fun and release tension and such. Although some of the jokes can get dark. Excuse me. Something I noticed when, over the last 3 weeks rewatching early episodes, over the course of the show, some of the seasons get much bigger and move faster than some of the earlier ones. So, yeah, I mean, that is definitely a thing. Some shows, it varies from show to show how much, but yeah, I think most good shows do get bigger in later, without it getting to be ridiculous, but yeah, and this is, yeah, I would say, don't like sit and watch random episodes. If you haven't watched the show at all yet, then watch it. If you don't lose interest over the course of watching it, watch it from start to finish, but don't like skip ahead or something. I mean, I don't know how much people do that in general, but just yeah, as a quick example, I know some people who are watching only a little bit of Doctor Who. I don't know how that works for that show. I've never watched any Doctor Who. I'm not currently. I don't know that I ever will. It's just not really. It doesn't look like my kind of thing. I don't. I don't think it's bad. It's just not really my kind of thing. That's all. I know some people who watch an episode here and there over the course of it rather than sitting down and watching each episode. If you tried to do that with this and you later on wanted to watch some early episodes, you would probably have a harder time getting into them, or there would have to be a long time pass between you watching a later season's episode and an early season episode. Excuse me. Now, something that helps keep things unpredictable on the show is that some elements that are introduced stay around for a long time, some even the entire show, but others only appear once. And the first time you watch the show, you really don't know going in what's going to stay around and what's not. And again, nothing is just forgotten. It's not like there's any character who is truly just like Like there are characters who you don't see after a certain season, but there wasn't a single one where I was like, why aren't we seeing that character? If you don't see a character after a certain point, it's just because that character isn't relevant. Like, maybe some you'll see if they were like, maybe they were a cellmate of an important prisoner who's now escaped, so that prisoner is going to be interrogated. But then there are others who just, no, they're no longer relevant. Even if they were very relevant for a period of time. And again, some people are going to find that to just, they're going to lose interest because that was their favorite character. And yeah, I'm not saying that the show, I personally found that it always did enough to keep, you know, to keep my interest, keep my father's interest. But again, you're not wrong if they, and that is the chance that the writers ran by writing out certain characters early on, but I personally do think that it's largely a positive because it is very, very surprising. One way the show keeps surprising the audience is that something important will happen off screen, between edits or the like. And once it's revealed, when you think back to it, you realize that could have happened. It very rarely goes outside of what's credible based on how close to reality the show is, and it is not supposed to be entirely realistic. The title of the show is Prison Break, and the prison breaks are not stuff that could work if done exactly the same way in the real world. When it comes to the level of reality the show has, the show is credible in every respect. Props, locations, costumes, other visual elements, sound work, etc. So yeah, the show pulls off a lot of surprises like that and keeps to a very fast pace by a lot of these things having some setup, and you just didn't realize at the time that it was set up, or at the very least what it was setting up. I apologize. That is very similar to a note I already took. But yeah, it doesn't get bogged down in a lot of explaining what happened off screen. You realize what it was that happened. No matter how complicated and intricate the show and the plans get, the show never loses sight of it being driven by characters that care about other characters. It's not like, you know, I personally like the movie Duplicity a lot, but I'm going to briefly, one of the problems with that movie, I'm going to quote a review here. In that movie, the puzzle making is an end in itself. And that's not the case on this show. No matter how incredible the puzzle is, there's some, like, there is some reason why the characters care about doing this. And again, sometimes you find out later when they said, when they said what the reason was, they were actually lying. But them lying doesn't mean that there wasn't a reason. It just meant that the reason was something other than what they were telling. And I, again, without fail, there was a reason why they lied. There was a reason why they didn't give the entire truth. Some of the things that happen on the show are not explained in detail, so you have to pay close attention, piece things together to understand how it went down, and that's where it's maybe, you know, if at the end of an episode you're unsure about something, maybe don't start the next episode right away. Maybe take a few minutes to work out. If you feel pretty sure that you should know by the end of the episode what it was that happened, you may have to think back, maybe even rewatch part of the episode, honestly. It's amazing when you see the good guys outmaneuver a seemingly impossible situation, facing seemingly impossible odds, going up against more people than they have on hand themselves, who have equipment they can't match, and a massive support structure behind them. Now, I am going to quickly skim my old vlog before, excuse me, moving on to the next section to see if there's anything I want to comment on. See, I don't think so. I mean, a lot of what I said, I do stand by. So, let's see. Yeah, let me briefly... Okay, I'm gonna slightly adjust this. Okay, so yeah, in the old video, yeah, in case you don't watch that, I don't want to go into detail. In the video, I talk about that in some of the later seasons, some of the characters, some of the major characters don't really get subplots anymore, even though they are still around. And, you know, back when I made the video, I also thought that the show was no longer as good as it used to be. I do think that the show is still as good as it was before that point, but I do think that, yeah, some of the major characters don't really get subplots when they used to. You know, the show used to have time for subplots for them, even if for some of them it was that they were tied directly to subplots of other characters. At least they were involved in subplots, and some were really not really a big part of the core plot before the season. So while I accept it as making sense that now they do, it just doesn't feel that much like a payoff to something that's been going on as much as it feels like them streamlining the show. And I think that is all I'm going to say about the old videos I did, which brings us to the next section. Holy crap, that was almost 3 hours for a single section. $317,000 characters. I really appreciate your viewership if you're still sticking around after I spent 3 hours, excuse me, on a single section. At this point, I do have to... Okay, so if you're watching, you already know how long this video is going to end up because I don't make the live streams public until after I'm done. 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 40 seconds, and I'm on page 23 of 143. See, the thing is that a bunch of that is stuff I'm only going to skim through. It's IMDb trivia and such. I think I am going to just briefly... See, I have not noted anywhere that I can... I'm just briefly, if you'll forgive me taking... I'm gonna make it quick. It's gonna take maybe a minute or two. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. Huh. Yeah, it actually is. I am gonna skim through almost all of... Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm on page 23, and basically I am... Yeah, page 39 is where I start the skimming. 23. Yeah, that's not too bad. That is perfectly acceptable for me. I realize it might not be for you. I make long videos. That I do. Okay, there we go. So I gotta be careful not to scroll too far, too fast, too furious. To infinity and beyond. Today. So, starting with Michael Scofield, played brilliantly by Wentworth Miller. He is a structural engineer, and so let's see, I gotta some of this I haven't adjusted for a while. He is convinced that the only way to save his brother from execution is to break him out of jail. He is the type to plan and think things through, and in one episode he says a line that sums up how he approaches difficult but deeply desired and fairly deserved things in life. There's always a way. We'll solve it. If something goes wrong, he's much more likely to try to think of a new plan than just having a frustrated physical reaction. He hates giving up. And yeah, this is Wentworth Miller. Sorry, Wentworth Miller, as in other of his roles, really lends the character a strong sense of intelligence and charisma. I saw one of the reviewers, I forget, was it the word Leonese or something? I'm not gonna lie, I had to look that up. Like a lion, and it took me a second, but yeah, I see it. There is this sort of determination, and when he has set his mind to something, he is going to pursue it. And yeah, you look at this guy and you believe that he has the smarts and the dedication to do the things that you see him do. At the end of the day, it is extremely important that an actor is able to convince you that the person you're looking at is not an actor. You have to look at them and believe that, I don't know exactly what he has of education in real life, but in real life, he is not able to encode the map of a prison in a series of tattoos all over his torso and arms and such. You know, I'm not sure anyone actually is in real life anyway, but when you look at him, you believe that he does have that. And, that might have been show breaking his if the actor who played his role, and this is going to make me sound like a hipster, but I already really liked Wentworth Miller before this show. I saw him on Popular, for example, where he stole the show. And yes, I was a teenager. Now, the anyway, he really does. He has tremendous charisma and intelligence, and conveys intelligence. He's again, he's probably a smart guy, but I'm not sure anybody is as brilliant to the level that the character is. But when you look at his eyes, you believe it. And yeah, if you did not believe it, if the show, because Michael is one of the first. See, it's been a while since I watched the pilot, but he might be the first character we're introduced to at all in the pilot. He certainly is one of the first. And yeah, you see him and you can tell that there's something going on that we're not seeing yet. And excuse me, but that's not a spoiler. The first moment that you see him, you don't know that he's getting put in prison so that he can break out of prison so that his brother, but over the course of the pilot, you come to realize that that is such a far out concept that you have to buy that this character, one, is capable of this, and two, is capable of convincing others, because he's not going to be able to do it alone. That is a huge, like, You know, I've seen shows fail that ask way less of a, and it is like, in a way, it is, the show is almost like daring you to, this is what the show's going to be about, you know, it, almost daring, and because it is such a high concept, you can't help but feel drawn to it. It's like, think of it as when a really confident person enters a room of strangers, it's not going to have an effect on everybody, but at least some people are going to feel like, wow, that is, they are really confident. I want to get to know them because there's definitely, this is an interesting person to know, because that level of confidence, that means that they know something, that is, they're able to do something that gives them that level of confidence. And that's what the pilot does, and that's what his character does, and that's what this actor does. Honestly, I there's not very much that I wouldn't be willing to see. Like, you could come up with some really ridiculous concepts, and if it's Wentworth Miller, yeah, I might give it a real chance. That's, excuse me. Now, Michael has been alone a lot of his life. His mother died when he was young. His father left, and the when the pilot starts, Lincoln has been in prison for several years now, and let's see, yeah, so he, one second, yeah, I think that's too much of a spoiler. I'm not going to say that. And he has this tendency. He's very eager to rescue people, and sometimes even risking the plan. In Yeah, but he has a, like, at times he can be cynical, but he also very clearly does have a sincere belief. He he believes in good in other people. He wants to help people, and he can very clearly tell apart good people and bad people. And Dominic Purcell plays Link Burrows. He is a high school dropout, convicted felon, but he did not kill Terrence Stedman, the vice president's brother. I think he got better over the course of the show. At the very start, he's not bad, but he's not the best actor ever. But the he wasn't only cast because of his physicality, although that is definitely part of it. And his character, like, he is, you know, he is Michael's older brother, and he is quite the older brother sometimes. Really, really taking care of people who he feels needs it. And yeah, the I will admit I didn't appreciate from the years, yeah, back when I first watched the show, I don't think I fully appreciated, but on this viewing I realized there's a lot of soul behind his eyes. You can tell that, when he's in prison, you can tell he is putting on a brave front. It's not that, you know, he doesn't want to die, but he also isn't, he doesn't like try to talk his way out of it. He understands that isn't, and when he's not in prison, you see other sides of him, but you know he is characterized as being intelligent and genuinely understanding his situation, wanting to do what little he can to help those outside. You know, when someone from his personal life comes to visit at the prison, he doesn't rant at them about how awful his situation is, which would be perfectly understandable considering the circumstances. Instead, he'll try to reassure, tell them that he's forgiven them, he's accepted his situation. And it's not that, you know, it's not that he never does or says anything wrong, but just not, you know. And yeah, Michael is not the only person he behaves as an older brother to. If he meets someone that he feels he should be a big brother to, he behaves as a big brother to them. He's very protective of them. And yeah, when not in prison, he can be a bit of a short-tempered, angry hard ass, but he doesn't usually treat anyone worse than he thinks they deserve, you know, no matter how angry he gets. And he does have a very clear moral compass. You know, the moment that you're on the run, you have to make decisions that, and he is shown as being someone who is not willing to hurt someone who, you know, if he feels they deserve it, he's willing to hurt someone, but otherwise, no matter how much it might help him. And I guess that is pretty much what yeah. You know, you can tell that he's had, you know, again, he's not a killer, but he is a very hardened person. He has experienced a lot of bad things in his life. So, yeah. And Robert Knepper plays Theodore Teabag Bagwell, a cunning, violent, manipulative psychopath who is sometimes underestimated by those around him, and basically, you know, he will stop at nothing to get what he wants and let nothing stand in his way. And he's not the only smart character on the show to be underestimated. He's from Alabama, where he kidnapped half a dozen boys and girls, raped and murdered them, not necessarily in that order, and he is very racist. And like many other characters on the show, he gets a very strong introduction that really gives you a very clear sense of who he is. And, you know, despite his negative traits, it's clear that a lot of the prisoners really respect him, and he'll sometimes speak for them. He'll be the first to complain about something that all of them are upset about. And, you know, at one point the way he puts it is, he runs an entire prisoner gang syndicate. And a lot of the prisoners who don't respect him hate his guts. So he relies on being perceptive to avoid them screwing him over. Excuse me. He has this great swagger when he's happy. You know, I forget exactly who it is who, oh, never mind, do have that written down. He occasionally sings, and he refers to others as prete, like it's a nickname. And let's see. Yeah, when he walks around the prison among the other cons, he may strut like a cock. His use of language is just the best. Loquacious, great at expressing himself. He monologues, uses metaphors and similes, and has a tremendously extensive vocabulary. You know, there are scenes where he will, like, he could be saying something with just a few words, but he'll take 20 words to describe it. Maybe he'll even add some physical, you know, like there, yeah, there's one bit where he's trying to explain. Yeah, I'm not gonna give. I'm not going to give very many details of this, but he's basically saying he's comparing someone to an animal, and he says, yeah, he's comparing someone to a cat that got really protective about its territory, very territorial, and instead of just saying, he says it really it hissed. Instead of just doing that, he hisses, and he shows what the claws were like with his fingers, and his face just, I can't do it justice, so I'm not gonna, but just he's incredible. Honestly, like, I would say that I'm not gonna give away how much of the show he is in, but if you like his character, even if you don't really like the yeah, if the only thing you like about the show is his character, I would say the parts of the show that he's in are worth watching just for him. I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, if he hadn't been on the show at all, I don't think I would have liked it. I might still have loved it, but I wouldn't have loved it as much. He's such a complex character. You know, sometimes he's slimy and snake-like, but he's also incredibly charismatic and, again, intelligent. And he's very used to others screwing him over, including people who are close to him. So he has understandable trust issues, and there is this sense, like, could he redeem himself? Could he somehow do some good in the world to make up for the evil? And he's a very tragic character, and it is so compelling to see him try to make up for it. And that is, of course, you know, excuse me, that is a pretty big thing today in movies and TV. Someone who's done evil, who's trying to redeem themselves, or others are trying to convince them they can be redeemed. So, that kind of thing. That's a big thing. I should have looked this up. I think it's pronounced Amaury Nolasco, plays Fernando Sucre. And in stressful or passionate situations, he sometimes speaks Spanish, which is clearly his native tongue, and it feels like a very credible character trait, and does occasionally allow them to sneak swear words past censors, like how Lost did for some of Charlie's British swearing, since technically it's swearing in American English that they're looking for. And he is a good person, and he loves his fiancée, but he is also willing to get into a fight. He has a really big heart and tries to help good people. And when Michael faces setbacks, he may try to reassure him, console him, for no reason other than it's the ethical thing to do, and with nothing to actually gain himself. And, at times he will display tremendous emotional intelligence. The reason he's in prison is that he knocked over a liquor store, and he regrets it because he misses his fiancée Maricruz. And the reason that he's breaking out is that his cousin is stealing Maricruz away from him with lies, and that does kind of play into the negative stereotype that women are weak-willed, weak-minded, hopeless without the right man, which coincidentally always happens to be the protagonist or one of his friends. It's never someone that the protagonist and audience are not meant to like. He's very Catholic, and because of this sometimes gets upset when something very holy is messed with. And this is, frequently played for laughs, or at least not very seriously, and it's not really, it's not a bad element. Largely, he's, sometimes they have him be funny, but it's relatively, excuse me, yeah, it's a he's not just a punchline, for example. He is a he's a character we care about. And Sarah Wayne Callies plays Dr. Sarah Tancredi. Her father is a governor who's known for being tough on crime, but as she puts it, she believes in being part of the solution rather than the problem. And that is often the case. People whose parents work in a certain field either end up in the opposite situation or the same. And at first, she has a distinct policy of not getting involved with prisoners, but Michael does appeal to her with his charm and intellect. She has a lot of empathy for the prisoners. She suppresses emotion a lot of the time, realizing that people will treat her badly if she doesn't. Excuse me. That goes for both convicts and our colleagues. They would treat her like a woman. It's in her nature to want to help people. That's why she became a doctor. And since she and Michael are attracted to each other, you know, the show hints at them getting together. So while I will not give away whether or not they do end up together, the show does have some will they won't they, which some will find frustrating. I personally found that there was so little of it, and excuse me, it was not made to be a huge part of the show, and because of that, the yeah, because of that, it didn't bother me. Personally, the will they won't they on Alias does bother me. Wade Williams plays Brad Bellick. He is one of the correctional officers of Fox River. He clearly took the job so that he could be cruel to prisoners and get away with it. In an early episode, he threatens a convict. The warden may run this place during the day, but I run it during the night. And as such, the warden does take it very seriously that these prisoners should not, they're not there so that they can brutalize each other. That's not the point. And he cares deeply about that, but Bellick, yeah, during the night, the warden can't do anything about it. And like many sadists, he's lonely. Not all lonely people are sadists. But here, like with others, the two go hand in hand. It's unclear which of them led to the other. Now, let's see. Sometimes he can be his own worst enemy. Since he hates the prisoner so much, he may not realize that what he sees is actually a cover for illegal activities. He instead reacts to the first thing he sees, which might, so, he's thinking, I prevented him from doing this, that, and the other thing, but, yeah, if he had a better handle on his temper and stopped and wondered, is something else going on here, he would actually, yeah. But that doesn't mean that he's not a threat. Since he feels like Michael is up to something, he is always looking for what that thing is, which creates a lot of tension. The audience worries that he'll realize what's going on. And yeah, let me think, what is the best way to phrase the following? One second. Did I not Michael did not do anything to, like, literally, Michael, when they first met, Michael didn't do anything wrong. And, Michael outright says, I'm just trying to stay off your radar. To which Bellick replies, there is no staying off my radar. his short temper can otherwise get him into a lot of trouble as well. We do see him in a let me think. Hmm. No, no, I gotta. That is not. Let me rephrase what I wrote there because I do find that is a bit too much of a spoiler. So what I'm gonna say is, while watching the show, you might find that his character can almost get frustrating to watch. And what I will say is that they make sure to do some things with the character that mean that he doesn't end up getting, at least not very frustrating. I could understand why people might still find him frustrating, but they don't. They try to, they don't go too far, basically. He has malapropisms and very colorful language at times. William Fichtner plays Alexander Alex Mahone, and he is another character who, like, if you, you know, if you don't care that much about the show, but you really get into his character is worth watching. I'm not gonna say how long he sticks around, but for as long as he sticks around, it is worth watching the show just for his character. He is incredibly compelling, very complex. I'm not going to give away when he enters the show, but he when he enters the show, the convicts have just escaped Fox River, and he is the FBI agent in charge of tracking them down. And it proves to be a problem that he is actually able to decode some of Michael's code because he is incredibly intelligent. And he can be a bit of an ass. He gets very obsessive about some of the cases he works. And yeah, I'm not going to give too much away about. I guess what I'll say is he is clearly very driven. There is something that is making him, yeah, obsessive about his job. And I'm not going to give away what it is, but it's compelling. And yeah, like if they made a spin-off and it focused on Teabag or Mahone, yeah, I think that might have a chance. That, yeah. And Paul Edelstein plays Paul Kellerman. So Paul Schering created the show. That's a lot of Pauls. Does the Maybe the show needs to remove at least some of those Pauls? Is there a word for that? Is that what appalling means? He is a let's say that a he has a very specific job and he is very devoted, and he's not he likes to solve problems. He doesn't like when a problem keeps, and there's a bit where he kind of, he realizes he got away again, and he kind of chuckles. And I'm not 100% sure if it's because he's impressed or frustrated, but it's pretty clear that, okay, his target is getting to him. He does not like this whole, yeah. He is one of the right-hand men, I guess, sorry. Spider-Man's. He's one of the right hands of the villain. That's what I'm going with. But like, yeah, I would say ultimately all of them, all evil characters on the show, every villain, he does develop more complexities to his character over the course of his time on the show. Basically, any character that's on the show for long enough gets to have more dimensions to them, complexity. At the very least, we will see that there are some people that even these evil characters care about. So if they get enough screen time, if enough time passes between when they first appear on the show and the show going off the air, and before you assume that means that for sure the ones that are only joined the show fairly late can get this, for some characters it happens very early in their time on the show. But it's, yeah, he's a very commanding presence. The various villains on the show, it changes over the course of the show who is the villain, and there are reasons for why it changes, and you'll understand as you watch. They all have commanding presence. They're capable of intensity, cruelty, and yeah, there are some times where the villain's plan is extreme, and maybe a few times where it gets to be almost cartoon supervillainy, but they manage to make it fit inside the established tone and reality of the show. And sometimes they can appear to be good people so they can get closer to actual good people and get information from them. He can be very sarcastic and even mean-spirited in how he talks to people if he's not in control of a situation. He can also be extremely condescending. And like, Jimmy Carr just put up a clip of stand-up where he displays what condescension looks and sounds like. That's how, yeah, it's crazy how, yeah. Now, I've only seen him in this and Untitled Cruelty, the screwball comedy. He's great in both, but in that one, he is a very different character. I'm really glad I've gotten to see him, how his range, because in that he weeps at weddings because he's such a softy inside. He screams in horror and is clearly nowhere near as smooth as Clooney's lawyer. He badly wants to mimic him, but yeah, nowhere near as smooth. And Rockman Dunbar as Benjamin Miles C-Note Franklin, an inmate in Fox River. He may not have a college education, but he's smart, and he has a strong desire to get out of prison. He loves his family, and he's trying to escape so he can get back to them. Excuse me. And Jodie Lynn O'Keefe, and honestly, I'm not going to say the name of her character. I'm just going to say she is also a villain right hand. Very, very badass. One of my favorites. And yeah, honestly, I like her in every single thing I've seen her in. I've always enjoyed her performance. Halloween H2O, although there she isn't scary or intense, but apparently that actually is kind of what, you know, like there's an interview with her in one of the DVD, and she talks about that in real life when she's not playing a character, she's actually kind of awkward. So yeah, Halloween H2O, I guess that's kind of like, maybe not the entirety of her role on that, but there's a part in it, not a spoiler from that for that movie, but there's a bit in that movie where she's trying to come up with the right word to describe how bad a certain thing is, and she's a little awkward as she's like, it's repugnant. No, no, it's disgusting. Nah, it's just, and it's just like that's not the kind of situation where you're necessarily awkward, but she plays it as kind of awkward, and yeah, I guess that's what she's like in real life. So, but yeah, and the Crow Salvation, where I mean, there she's there to be beautiful and sexy. Oh, whoops, sorry. I don't think it. Yeah, there we go. It just scrolled a little further than I thought it would. There we go. Charmed, where she is scary and intense. Two and a Half Men. Yeah, sorry. Charmed, Two and a Half Men, and this where she is scary and intense. You know, I gotta say. So yeah, as you can see, that covers a number of years. I would be very happy to watch her play, awkward characters, scary and intense characters, in just like, yeah, for forever. And yeah, when I first watched the, you know, yeah, when I first saw that she was going to be on the show, I was very happy to see her be on the show, and I really really enjoy it. I'm not going to give away how much she's on the show, but yeah, I really really love seeing her on the show for every single frame she was on screen. She's such a badass. She dominates. Like there are scenes where she is supposed to be like there are other characters who are like twice her size, and they're trying to intimidate her, and like as they're standing there saying, you better not screw with me on this because I will, and she just interrupts him and says, "You'll what?" And she's just, and suddenly that person is not so scary anymore, but in fact perhaps scared of her, just she's, yeah, and you buy that she can. I don't actually know how much, like, in real life how much she has of like training for like martial arts and such, but the stuff she does on the show, it's completely convincing. And she also carries herself as someone who can, that's something. Yeah, this is not a spoiler, and it's also not criticism of the Matrix. When you watch the Matrix, early in that movie, Neo does not carry himself as someone who knows martial arts. And I'm yeah, I'm not gonna go more into it, but because yeah, and that's part of why it's so impressive when you do see him start doing martial arts, and it's not that he can't carry himself as someone who does martial arts. It's just that early in the movie, yeah, he's playing a normal guy, so his body language is that of an ordinary guy, and her body language in this is completely convincing of being just, she walks into a room and she's intense, she's dominating. I think you can think of her like a bit like Angelus from the first Deadpool movie, only smaller and no superpowers. But there's definitely a physical resemblance. And honestly, one character calls her Elvira to describe her looks. That makes a lot of sense. And Leon Russum, who plays, yeah, I think no, I'm not gonna give the name of the character, but just yeah, very very badass. And yeah, honestly, I don't think I even really want to say what he plays. Just you immediately respect him the moment you see him. Marshall Ullman plays L.J. Burroughs, and he's Lincoln's son who wants to exonerate him, but he is in great danger due to the conspiracy. Robin Tunney plays Veronica Donovan, Lincoln's ex, and though she doesn't practice criminal law as a lawyer, she has tried to exonerate him. And when the show starts, she, basically, now that Michael is also behind bars, and knowing that we're only a few weeks away from the execution, she basically chooses to devote herself to unraveling the conspiracy so that she can exonerate Lincoln through that. Since she wasn't able to do it legally, she's gonna be a bit of a private investigator instead. And she continues to work to unravel the conspiracy even when the danger increases greatly. She is very determined and manages to maneuver her way out of some violent situations that she wasn't at all trained to be prepared for. And there are times when she can be utterly fearless in the face of danger, and it is incredibly cool. Stacy Keach plays Warden Henry Pope, the warden of Fox River, and he's a legitimately he's a very likable character because despite being a warden, he doesn't hate his prisoners and he does believe in rehabilitation. And let's see, I guess I don't think I'm going to go into detail about Peter Stormare, but I'm just going to say he really impressed me on this. Excuse me. I already knew he was a great actor, but yeah, I'm gonna. I think this might have been the first time where I saw him in a movie and I wasn't immediately reminded of the fact that he's Swedish, because that accent can be kind of thick, and he manages to, yeah. Now, let's see. There's one character who it's suggested might be D.B. Watson, and Frank Grillo plays Nick Savrin, who is passionate to try to exonerate those who have been falsely accused, and he tries to help Veronica with the case against Lincoln. And yes, it was very, like, when I first watched the show, I didn't, he wasn't part of the MCU, but now, knowing him so clearly from the MCU and looking back on how, like, yeah, it's very, it's a very, yeah, but he does a great job. I'm really glad he made it big after the show, because ultimately the show was not really, it wasn't this show that really launched him. I don't think. I was MCU. Was that the first time he got a really big role in a thing that, like, and anyway, and Lane Garrison plays David Tweener Apolskis. He's just so incredibly charming and adorable. He is a pickpocket, and he's incredible at it. It's insane how good he is at that. And he's white, but badly wants to be a rapper and belong in black culture. And he goes, sup, when meeting someone, and neither blacks nor whites much like him, because he's white but acts like he's black. And then some of the white characters don't like him, not because they think that he shouldn't behave like a black man, just because he can be a little annoying. And that might be about it. Okay, yeah, I gotta mention Silas Weir Mitchell plays Charles Haywire Potoshik, who appears to be crazy, and he might be a potential obstacle. And yeah, is again very memorable character. And I guess I'm gonna go with, I think that is. So let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna. That is it for that section. 404, 20 on characters. Some of the actors, despite playing hard characters, are pure kitty cats out of character. It's a lot of fun to watch them in interview and then compare to what they're like on the show. You know, some of them like on the show they're always like looking mean and angry, and then when you watch them in interview, they're just like a huge smile on their face, like just it's very surreal to see. There's a lot of depth to the characters, and several major characters were established early on as being monsters or later given more dimension and depth. They may redeem themselves, or at least attempt to, and some of the characters who we see early on as, very, like, as characters who would never do anything wrong, do end up doing extreme things, and it feels consistent with their character. It's just that they've been pushed to that level, and that's compelling. That makes it feel like that's one of the main things that make it feel like there's a reason to keep watching the show, because it is almost 100 episodes. If you want to watch that entire thing, that's a lot. That is a bit of an investment of time and attention. And I would say the show greatly rewards that. And yeah, that's one of the ways that it rewards that. You know, rewatching early episodes, like it's not that I had really forgotten that the characters were hugely different early on, but it was still like stunning to see, because when you watch the show, it is a bit of a gradual change. The so when you watch a really late episode and a really early episode, a character that might be really extreme might have been in the other extreme early on, and it's like I completely forgot that it looked quite that. And that is, I'm briefly going to talk about Lost. I would say sometimes on Lost, characters changed hugely in ways that the audience. It's not that we didn't like it. That's not necessarily a problem. Is that we didn't really believe it from a psychological standpoint in a show that otherwise strived for psychological realism. And yeah, it sometimes felt like they really want that character to do something extreme, so now they're going to have them do something extreme. And, no matter what they later try to do to justify it, no, it's still like, no, I don't buy that that character would suddenly do something that extreme. And, sometimes on this show, excuse me, it might feel extreme, but then when you think about it, it's like, well, no, I mean, really, there was a lot of buildup and setup to this. It's just that I didn't realize it was gonna quite go there. And, it doesn't always. Not every character ends up very different. And as hard as the guards can be on the prisoners, they do sometimes show empathy for them. In her thoroughly excellent 40-some minute video on the animated Hercules movie, Lindsay Ellis noted that a character can be interesting without being a good guy, with goals that are ethical in nature, provided the character is deeply motivated. And that is the perspective that this show shares. There are characters who are complete monsters that we find compelling because it is very clear that they are passionate and not random in their acts of sadism. And yeah, some of the major characters, possibly even some of the main characters, are killers, maybe even serial killers, rapists, maybe even serial rapists, mob guys, torturers, otherwise sadists, very brutal people. And that is, again, like, for sure, this is not a show for everyone. It is going to be too extreme for a lot of people. And I don't think, again, like, if you watch the pilot, I would say that by the end, oh, actually, yeah, I suppose I should clarify. Technically, the pilot, I think I'm not 100% certain if it originally aired both parts the first night or if it aired, but technically the pilot is the length of 2 episodes. If you watch it on DVD, it is separated into 2 episodes. But I would say watch both parts before making your final decision. But if by the end of that you find that it is simply too, you know, too strong in content, too rough, the show is not for you. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's yeah, there's violent stuff that doesn't appeal to me, and this didn't really appeal to me because of the violence. But I I've watched a lot of violence in movies and TV. Thankfully, not in real life, because in real life I absolutely see. I know that there's apparently like studies that say that if you watch a lot of fictional violence, never happened to me. I think real life violence is horrible. But anyway, that's not here nor there. The show has a very cynical view of prisoners, and one could argue that the show is arguing that hard time really destroys the soul of people, but certainly when a con on the show finds that they have freedom to do what they want, they will almost invariably do something terrible. And let's see. There's some difficult ethical choices for Michael to make. Now, a lot of the time, the female characters don't get to do as many important things on the show as the men do. You know, the female characters exist to help or motivate the male characters. The various women waiting on the outside of the prison for the men to come back out of prison are basically there so that the men are more passionate about coming back out, and them wanting to leave prison is more sympathetic to the audience. They're not leaving so they can get to do more crime or something. And yeah, the the win exists not to, largely not to be characters in and of themselves, but to be someone the men of the show do things for or to, and they don't tend to have goals that don't relate to the men. Sorry, yeah, the the main or major characters, or if they do, we aren't told and we don't see it, keeping in mind that this is not true for a number of the male main or major characters. And the vast majority of characters get some humanizing moments and some depth, except for the ones who get very little screen time, but there are some exceptions, especially in the, let's see, there are some villain characters who come off as being evil because the show needed someone to be evil. If characters fail an attempt to do a certain thing, they're not going to blindly keep trying to do that same thing. Sometimes they will try a similar thing, but many times they will simply try something completely different, which helps prevent the show, from having characters just do the same thing over and over. Over the course of the show, some major characters are affected by actors leaving the show. Sometimes they recast the part, other times they replace the part with a different character that serves a similar purpose. I don't think that sometimes it does hurt the show, and like, I'm not saying, you know it's not like they could, like, they couldn't have forced these actors to just not take any other job. No, they, and when you excuse me, when you hear them talk about it on the commentary tracks, they're always, excuse me, they always make sure to say, we love working with that actor. We're very happy that they're successful. They're great on the new show or in the movie they're in. You know, so it's, excuse me. Another issue with the fan is that the air is very dry, and that is causing a little bit, excuse me. Yeah. Yeah, you know, sometimes it does hurt the show, but yeah, they tend to be able to do a lot to address the issue with, yeah, um, you know, a different character that serves a similar purpose or the like, and you know, let's see, yeah, they couldn't really have prevented it. There are a number of times where the show will make it look like a character is dying, and then later we'll realize they didn't actually die. And over the course of the show, let's see, there do get to be, yeah, there do ultimately get to be too many instances of this. It gets to be repetitive, and I do think that, yeah, honestly, even from the first time it's revealed that someone didn't actually die, it is like, okay, I feel like that was, you know, you can kind of tell why they brought the character back, and it's, yeah, it is unfortunately a negative element, and I'm afraid I can't really say more without spoiling. A lot of the characters on the show are revealed to be really good liars, coming up with a good cover story when they've been caught, and honestly, some of them really didn't seem like they would be good liars from other scenes with them, so it can sometimes feel like inconsistent characterization, but most of the time it feels like it fits. There are characters on the show who will go from being in prison to being free, maybe back to being in prison again. Characters who started out free who will go to prison, so we see a lot of these characters in various situations, and we see how they cope. You know, some of the cons who experience freedom can't really handle it. Some people who are free can't handle prison. And yes, so this is a quote from a commentary track. What we do on the show is every few episodes show the pain of our antagonists, how they developed into who they are. We're trying to make sure they're fully rendered antagonists. Teabag is one of the cruelest characters on television, and yet he is still a human being. We thought that would be interesting. And the show acknowledges that female characters have emotional needs that need to be fulfilled, which makes it frustrating that they very rarely get to, very rarely, not rarely, verily, it is frustrating that they very rarely get to take much part in the action. I will grant, when the men are in prison, the women can't have very much direct contact with them. But they don't spend all of the show in prison, and even when they are not in prison, the women don't get to do very much action. It is nice that it's willing to acknowledge their pain, including at the hands of the, you know, good guy male characters, but there is a real boys club no girls allowed thing going on with them not really getting to do action, and often it is the show the right situation so that the women are not allowed to be cool, and sometimes condescendingly male characters, even ones who claim to love them, will specifically tell them not to get involved because it's dangerous, while very rarely doing the same thing for male characters who, if they get hurt, won't be able to protect their family which is their primary concern. So, I realize some people would say, oh, but men, they can handle themselves. But if it's dangerous for, some of these female characters show that they are incredibly capable. Yeah, incredibly capable. So they should be allowed to, it's not like, I'm not saying that if, you know, obviously if they're not really in a situation where they could feasibly handle this kind of situation, I'm not asking for them to end up in action scenes. But then also, like, some male characters who get to be in action scenes actually aren't particularly, they handle themselves very badly in action scenes. So why not, so why can't the women get to, there are definitely cases where the women would handle themselves better than some of the men. Now, let's see. And I'm going to slightly paraphrase a review of one of the seasons. The show basically uses family as shorthand for good guys, to stand in contrast with the bad guys who are government. And while that in itself is not necessarily bad, since many times your family members will do much to take care of you, sorry, much more to take care of you than a number of politicians will, but the show isn't interested in delving into what family means beyond people who care about their family are good guys. And if they're actually bad guys, then that will be denoted by them doing something that isn't good for their family. Something that's better for them personally than for their family. The show is not concerned with the challenges that you face when trying to ensure that a family unit is doing well. It's just a way to convince audiences across the political spectrum that these are the good guys. And it can really help perpetuate the stereotype that when it comes to family, it should be easy. If you're convinced that what you're doing is right for your family, then you're more likely to, continue doing that, regardless of what your family might think about it. And that can be very harmful. There are some, I'm not going to get too political, but sorry about that. My tongue rebelled on me for a second there. I'm not going to get too political here, but there are some who, yeah, I'm not even saying that this is, I'm not saying that this is necessarily a bad thing. I'm just saying it is a thing that some conservatives will believe that when it comes to their family, they have to, that when it comes to their family, it is more important that they follow the values that they themselves have been taught than it is for the family to be in less pain than if they try to live by those values. And that's why some of the worst treatment of LGBTQ individuals, especially when they're teenagers, is actually at the hands of their own family, because their family, their family members are conservative, and they believe that LGBTQ is a thing that is wrong with the person, and that if you are, if you apply tough love, then they will stop being that, and that will be better. And when you just say family is automatically a good thing, yeah, that is more likely to convince someone like that. Sorry, that sounded like a word I do not use. Briefly, I accidentally cut the word off partway. I assure you, I was saying convincing. The show can convince these people that they're doing the right thing because it's for their family. It's for the when in reality it's difficult. It takes a lot of hard work and sacrifice to get a family working right. And yeah, sometimes it does mean that you have to accept that some members of your family are not going to have the same values as you. And if you try to force them, that's only going to alienate them. You know, I'm not saying that's always the case. And again, I'm not trying to, pick on conservatives here, although obviously LGBTQ teenagers have it worse than, you know, conservative family members who just feel frustrated. Anyway, I'm just saying that when the show brings up family so frequently, which it does, it is like, I, I'm not saying it's in every single episode, but like if I watched every single episode with a pad and a pencil, and I noticed, I made like I noted every single time an entire episode goes without anyone mentioning I'm doing this for my family. Yeah, I don't think there would be very many episodes where there isn't at least one character who points out that they're doing this for their family, and yeah, because of that, the show ought to address the responsibility that the yeah the hard work that goes into it. You know, since it invokes it so frequently. Comparatively, only shows that bring up, say, time travel have any responsibility to discuss the ethical responsibility of using that, which, for example, the show Terminator the Sarah Chronicle, it brings up that, time travel, and it discusses the ethical responsibility of using time travel. So I try to praise that show whenever I have an excuse to do it. Now, so yeah, honestly, the women who get to be cool on this show tend to be villains, and often at most the good guy girls get to be badass by telling off the bad guys, and that's satisfying. That's it to an extent, but yeah, it's not like there were no shows that had girls kick ass and still be good guys. Alias had its last two seasons during the show's first two. Other shows that ran at least some of the seasons at the same time as this and had badass women who were not villains include Burn Notice, Lost, Dexter, NCIS, Without a Trace. There are probably others, but those are, again, I don't watch that much TV. Excuse me. And while I cannot speak to New Star Trek, and obviously most of the following did not run at the same time as Prison Break, but they ran before, so it's not like it's something that only came after Prison Break. All Star Trek, up to and including Star Trek Enterprise, had at least some badass women on the side of the good guys. And that was a... Right. And the show does also acknowledge that male characters have emotional needs. Yeah, that whole thing, that was actually... I brought up emotional needs, and then I went on this thing. Anyway, the show treats it as the ideal for all genders to have their emotional needs met. And several, yeah, I'm not going to go into, like, percentage-wise, but some of the villain characters are that way specifically because they didn't have those needs met. And the good guy characters either did have those needs met or had enough of them met that they didn't turn bad, or are at least trying to have those needs met for themselves and for their loved ones. This is not like there's no you never get the sense that once these guys are out of prison, as soon as they're free, they're just gonna, that's it. They got their woman back. That's it. They're fine. No, they're going to keep working. They're gonna help the woman they love. They're gonna do what they can to be there for her and for the rest of the family. And again, I wish that it went more into detail with that, because ultimately, like, you get that they would, like, I'm not saying that, it's not that the good guys on this show, like, I can't imagine any of them would abuse an LGBTQ individual for any reason, you know, especially one they were related to, but in general. But, I'm not, yeah, I think I've pretty much made clear. And this includes that the good guys tend to be motivated by wanting to be with loved ones, with family. And when the male characters are especially well adjusted and happy, they can express close friendship towards other males and towards male family members, even love, outright saying, I love you, and hugging them. And let's see, and occasionally something like this is even extended to male characters they are not related to. And I am, yeah, I'm not going to give away who, but, hugging as part of their close friendship, at least when they maybe expect to not see each other again for a long time, or something. Now, let's see. And without there being any, like, they don't feel the need to pretend, like, there's no, um, what's it called? No, like, there's no homo. They never have to be like, you know, yeah, they never feel like they have to make it clear that, oh, still totally straight though, but I do love you, man. No, no, it's just, I love you. You are someone that I love, and the fact that both of us are straight men does not in any way mean that you and I do not love each other. There's that is something I really appreciate about this show. You know, excuse me. I'm not saying that every piece of fiction has a responsibility to try to impart good values, but when you have something like this, at the end of the day, there are going to be people who watch this and go out and are like, oh man, I wish I could be like these guys. That's so, there's just, so I really appreciate that, yeah, they're legitimately, like, they're willing to express, love towards others without feeling the need to stress, oh, it's totally not romantic love, when it's, men loving other men. And it is clearly understood to be a bad thing whenever male characters abuse physically, verbally, sometimes sexually, and use violence, even murder other characters. It's, there's no, like, yeah, it's not, there, again, there are a lot of pieces of fiction where it's like, sometimes you just gotta, and again, I'm not saying every piece of fiction has to not do that, but I really appreciate when you have something that does. Characters, including male characters, also reassure each other, and, sometimes they do get realistically upset with each other and not reassure each other. And sometimes, yeah, and sometimes they'll, that was another interjection, I'm not always great at avoiding those. Sometimes male characters will reassure other male characters when another male character is clearly upset. It's not your fault. You couldn't have saved them. They will show real gratitude, real relief. They will give compliments. They don't, the good guy male characters on this show tend to not have a problem with showing emotion it's not that they can't show emotion in front of other men. They just don't want it to be a prisoner or a prison guard or something, for example. But when they are among people they trust, yeah, they will openly talk about these things without I'm not saying that they will just randomly. I'm saying it's earned. It's because they trust each other. I'm not saying that people should, like, if you don't trust that someone will, I'm not advocating that you should be emotionally vulnerable with someone that you believe would try to would for example, some people get abusive towards someone after seeing them emotionally vulnerable. Some people just can't handle seeing someone else emotionally vulnerable. And but it's one of the things that make the good guys on this show, is that when they trust someone, they they are not afraid of showing. Now, so yeah, this is a hugely positive way to depict male characters and relationships between male characters, considering, you know, in general, but maybe especially considering this is an action-driven thriller show, and a lot of those imply that there's something wrong with positive relationships between male characters. Excuse me. A couple of examples would be shows like NCIS, Without a Trace. All three of these shows deal with stressful life or death situations, murderers, torturers. Again, I still love Without a Trace, and I did get some enjoyment out of NCIS, but personally, I did find this much more enjoyable to watch. But yeah, the it's not it's ultimately a, I don't know if the word is philosophical, but it is a question of your values and your outlook on the world, because these are all in extreme situations, and they have to, like, come back to something. All three of these shows have characters who come back to, let's go with, fairly well adjusted after experiencing extreme situations. So it's not like NCIS and Without a Trace couldn't have had, but they will have jokes about these sorts of things. I'm not saying that there's nothing like that, but like the things I've mentioned instead of just restating it all, but it is much more overt in this. And meanwhile, the show very rarely does depict homosexuality. Again, other than women being attracted to other, the show has attractive women, express attraction towards other attractive women, and most of these are bad, evil characters, which, yeah, I'm sorry, it does kind of send the message. Some people are going to watch the show, and even if they didn't necessarily think that already, maybe maybe they're not going to consciously realize it, but just like it's going to be put right there in the back of their mind. So gay people are evil? Is that it? And it's just, and it really didn't have to. They could have made some of these characters openly gay, and it wouldn't have meant, you know, or even bisexual, which honestly is sometimes even more. Yeah, the like I realize the moment that I say some of these characters could have been gay, some people are going to respond, but the show has them end up with women, so how would you okay, why not have them be bisexual? That way you could also address the myth that, I'm sorry, I have to say this out loud, because sometimes something is just so absurd, but there's apparently a myth that bisexual individuals are incapable of being faithful because they will always want to have sex with both men and women. So, regardless of who they're with, they're always going to want someone from the other gender as well. It's, I don't even know how you get there from attraction to being unable to like, I guess cards putting my cards on the table. I'm straight. I've never had attraction you know to anyone who wasn't a woman, but I still find it baffling that no, it would have been, they could have had these characters be bisexual, and then you could have had, you know the way that the show highlights that if you are a straight man, you can feel love towards another straight man, even when you're not, related to by blood. You can still show love towards. You can feel love. You can express love towards that person. That's okay. The way the show does that, they could also show that the right way to behave around any LGBTQ individual is to, excuse me, respect their gender identity and their sexual attraction and such. It really wouldn't have been. You could have, like, I'm not saying that it would have been easy to put into the show now, but I'm saying if they approached the show from the start with the what's the word, the philosophy, the value, that the way that they clearly did approach the idea of love. This is, at the end of the day, this is, you know like I said, some things about the show change over the course, but the show starts out as a one brother's, a man sacrificing everything for out of love for his brother. It's like, think about like how many pieces of fiction where even that feels, that's still no, can it be like, maybe like a woman secretly breaks out her lover so they can be together, like. And I'm sure there probably are people who watched this and were bothered by the fact that some of these male characters have feelings of love towards other male characters. And those people, if you never show them something like this, they're never going to change their opinion. And maybe some of them turned it off, but the more shows we have like this, eventually they're not going to be able to turn it off. Eventually it's going to be like, I mean, everybody's talking about these shows. I gotta watch at least some of them. Okay, fine. I guess it's okay if two men love each other, and that's the. I'm not saying it's the only thing that changes minds, but it is one of the things. And yeah, you know, very rarely does this show depict homosexuality in a positive light. It tends to be seen as a deviation from the norm. Characters who are gay or bi are implied, even some even confirmed, to be rapists. Even child molesters and trans individuals and trans issues are usually treated as the butt of jokes. And yeah, it's just it's uncomfortable. And like I said, one of the biggest problems for me, excuse me, with this show is the depiction of minorities. The show does not have a lot of sexuality and nudity, and basically, yeah, actually, I guess, yeah, when it's there, sometimes it can be fairly gratuitous. Like, I would say early on, they try to avoid it being gratuitous, but over the course of the show, that maybe changes. And it is, I get it. It's one way to keep viewers around, and yeah, I wish it wasn't gratuitous. That is really, personally, I find that it being gratuitous is really the only reason why sex and nudity would be a problem in a piece of fiction that is intended for adult audiences. Obviously, it shouldn't be like in like a children's film or something. If you're gonna have anything like that, it has to be extremely vague. You really don't want. I'm, I'm not an expert on child psychology, but as far as I understand, it has been proven that children are simply not capable of fully understanding. Like, if they hear a joke that they kind of understand, ooh, that's like a dirty word. That's like parents. My parents don't like it when I say this. They might say it to their friends, but the actual like details of sexuality, that is simply not something they're quite ready to understand. Not before puberty, basically. Now, the show would not have a lot to say by using sex. Comparatively, it has a lot to say by using violence, which there is a lot of. And yeah, for some of the show, they realized this, and they did not put a lot of sex in the show. And let's see. Unfortunately, over the course of it, it did change, and yeah, it went from there being practically no characters with any kind of screen time that are there primarily or solely to be attractive. But over the course of the show, that did change some, and you know, and some of it is when characters are seen having sex with their significant other, or rather, we tend to see them soon after sex. I, the show probably could not show actual sex or actual nudity. I think there's maybe implied nudity. Anyway, but the, you know, yeah, the which, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That is again just conveying this is a completely natural, healthy part of being, you know, an adult couple. And the show does tend to, yeah, the good guys tend to be well adjusted in that area, as sort of, they don't look down on women who, some men lose all respect for a woman once they've seen the woman naked or in a sexual situation, and that's not the case with the good guys in this, you know, and some of the characters, you know, want to have children and want to raise a family with their significant other. Now, let's see but yeah, so that's some of the time, and the rest of the time it's that someone is with a sex worker or bikini girls and such. And sadly, the sex workers are very rarely allowed to have a lot of dimension. There are some exceptions, and I really appreciate those exceptions, but you know, they almost it it almost exclusively is about them wanting money for sex, what they are willing to do for that money, and such. It doesn't appear to have any real interest in the issues that sex workers face. It doesn't go into anything other than how they relate to their clients. And yeah, that is very unfortunate. But again, the moment that you get to minorities, the show is not great. And again, I'm not saying not every piece of fiction needs to have a thoughtful depiction of the issues faced by, for example, sex workers. But when you feature sex workers, and when you feature them a number of times, and I'm not going to say how many, but on the show there are a number of times. Yeah, at some point it makes a lot of sense to go into their issues, and it's maybe especially frustrating because they do actually show that they do have some interest in it, some understanding of it, but it is sadly the exception, not the rule. But yeah, I do really appreciate they go into the emotional toll it takes on someone to be a sex worker, how badly some of their clients treat them, even when, like, the moment that you have a woman being mistreated, there's always going to be someone who's going to raise their hand and say, what did they do to deserve it? And the show makes clear some women, especially sex workers, there's nothing they could have done that could possibly have, the onus is not on them to de-escalate the situation. You can't do something that means you deserve the moment that the other person initiates, it's their anyway. There are scenes on the show where you have sex workers do everything they can to reassure their client, and it's revealed that no matter how much they do, their client is abusive towards them. And this is sadly a lot of men, the moment that a woman, you know, a lot of men feel that they shouldn't, that a woman should never have control over them. This is also why some men freak out at the concept of being, you know, whipped, at being at their girlfriend having control over them, for example. But when these men feel sexual desire towards women, they feel like the woman is taking something from, taking some of their power away, and because of that, sex workers are hated by some of their clients. They feel like what they, you know, yeah, they feel that it was wrong of them to be with the sex worker, and instead of saying, I need to get better at controlling myself and not being with sex workers, they blame the sex worker. And again, immediately there's going to be someone who says, well, it's about what they're wearing. It's not always about. There are cases where women were not wearing anything even remotely provocative, and they were still raped. So the one second, train of thought. But yeah, I wish that it was the rule rather than the exception, for the depiction of sex work on the show to be more complex. And yeah, in some of the later seasons, it does get to be more casual sexualization, including of characters who are not intentionally using their sexuality to some benefit. In which case, of course, if a character is intentionally, like I mentioned earlier, some of the female villains use sex as a tool, and I'm not saying it's wrong. When a person uses sexuality as a tool to get someone, to get someone to lower their guard, for example, I'm not saying it's wrong for the fiction to depict the sexuality. The same way it's not wrong to depict the violence when, it's part of the story. And I do also think that, sadly, the fact that the traditionally attractive female villains are attracted to other women and use that as a tool, that is also this, it plays into this. Again, it's when you think about it logically, it is completely ridiculous, but some people actually believe that homosexual individuals are trying to convert straight people into being gay, and that, if you have sex with someone who is gay, you turn gay and you'll never turn straight again, and this whole thing. And yeah, the show is kind of playing into that, when really it would have been easy to make the female villains basically sexless. That would, you know, it but yeah, and there are times where the some of the female villains will even, it will almost seem like a threat to a, of excuse me, a good person, a woman who is a good person, that maybe this female villain will rape them or seduce them or something. You know, the the this notion that homosexual sexuality and identity are a threat to heterosexuality, and again, it's very uncomfortable when the show goes there. Excuse me. And now for something completely different. The show has a lot of one or more characters will spot each other, and since they are opposing each other, one of them will flee and the other will chase them. And that isn't only the case with cop characters. Sometimes it does involve cops alike. Sometimes there will be physical fights between them. Sometimes a civilian will get involved in a fight or will contact the cops from recognizing an escaped convict or someone working with them. An argument could be made that the show has a distinct anti-bullying message based on how bullying and bullies are presented. Over the course of the show, some of the characters will change in ways that feel organic to the character and are necessary so that the audience doesn't end up hating seeing certain characters. Pretty good diversity and representation of different ethnicities, both among good guys and bad guys. Black, Latino, female. I'm not sure there are very many Jewish characters. There are not a lot of Semitic characters, although I guess, yeah, I'm not gonna give details, but let's, yeah, there are some. Yeah. Now, and there are, there is at least one villain on the show who has a real Terminator vibe, and I am 100% here for it. Several of the villain characters are archetypes and are kind of ridiculous if you really stop to think about it, but it really fits in with the rest of the show, and they're very memorable with few exceptions. There is at least one incredibly irritating character on the show, and it seems like the writers knew they were writing someone obnoxious because other characters keep telling him to shut up and express frustration with him. And ultimately, I don't think it's quite enough. They shouldn't have created a character that is that obnoxious. Oh, sorry, did I mention... Sorry, Black, Latino, female, Asian also. I meant to include that. Now, and there are, you know, all of them. Yeah, I already mentioned that. I'm just gonna hammer home the point. There are good guys among all of these. I already mentioned the character of C Note. He's black, and I mentioned that Sucre is Latino. I already mentioned good guy characters who are... Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. But ultimately, I would say there's only one truly obnoxious character on the show, and ultimately, they don't end up staying around for terribly long comparatively. But yeah, and that is something writers don't always know how audiences are going to respond to characters. A number of alliances of convenience, and the audience, of course, wonders when, not if, it's going to fall apart and they're going to betray each other. Occasionally, some of these are very hard to believe that these people work together considering their history. At times, some characters will change allegiance so abruptly and to such an extreme extent that it can cause whiplash for the audience. Friends become enemies, and enemies become friends, and they tend to do a good job of making it very surprising and unpredictable. Some characters on the show, you cross them, they double cross you. And I'm also just briefly going to quote a commentary track, another episode that redefines the character dynamics and story. Some interpersonal relationships are really put through the ringer. Can these people continue to feel the same way about these other people? It gets to be kind of a stereotype that the good guys on the show care about their families. The series, I guess, no, you know what, I'm not gonna. Okay, so the writers are excellent at a great number of things, including establishing and maintaining very distinct voices for all the characters. No one character sounds like any other character. If you read a script that didn't have character names, you would be able to identify the characters by their lines if you had watched enough of the show. Like, you know that thing where sometimes the subtitles come up so quickly that you can read a bunch of it and get the gist of it before you hear the character say very much? There were times while watching this show where I read the dialogue before I heard it, so I didn't know what character was going to start speaking, and from just reading it, I was like, oh, that's that character's line. Every so often, the show will introduce a completely new character, and they bring new compelling stories and situations with them. And like I said, most of these, it's very rare that you. I can't speak for everyone, but personally, and the people I know have watched it, we enjoyed almost all of these new characters introduced, and yeah. Since Michael is so smart, really a genius, the show would not be that compelling if he didn't have a nemesis who could match his wits. So, of course, they make sure to provide that for him and for us. It's not the same person throughout the entire show, but I genuinely loved every single nemesis they give him. See, because of the way I phrased that, you have no idea if it's 2 or 10. Spoiler averted, and I still get to praise an aspect of the show that can draw in new viewers to this date. Sometimes it will be a long time before we realize some of the details about the genius plans, and the reveals tend to be very satisfying. You have to pay very close attention to fully appreciate the reveal. A big part of this show is that one character or group will try to do a secret thing that others would want to stop them from doing. Another individual or group will keep an eye on them to see what they are doing, realize they're doing something, they must be doing something, and this second individual or group will either want to stop them or join them, but the first group in the audience may not want them to join, and usually we have good reasons for that, and obviously we don't want them to stop the first group, so this creates some tension that a person or group will specifically try to figure out what the first person or group are doing or trying to do. And it might sound obvious, but I've honestly seen a number of shows that are based around tension and suspense, spycraft and the like, that either don't do it or at least are not as consistent about doing it as this show, and just, yeah, let's see. Some characters are not equally well characterized throughout the entire run, and in fact, there's a case to be made that there is some character assassination in some of the later seasons. Not all villains stay around for long, which does sometimes mean that some villains leave the show with the audience wanting to see more of them, but it is still preferable to characters overstaying their welcome, which I would say at most happens with one character on the show, and not by much. And some of the villain characters who die off early serve as indications that things have gotten especially bad. Like, you only see that guy when things are serious, or when you see that guy, someone important dies. Some seriously dramatic and memorable villain deaths. Some of them don't get that, but most do. And the villains that die, I'm not giving away how many of them that is. Excellent acting for nearly all main and major characters. And there's not much acting on the show that's less than great. I will say that I completely understand those who dislike about the show that so many characters are super intense, extremely serious, and very driven 100% of the time. That can get tiring, especially if you binge. I'm guessing it doesn't really to me. Incredible subtlety in the performances of Robert Nepper, Sharon Kelly, Wentworth Miller, and others. William Fichtner. So much expressed in just their eyes. So, in the 3 weeks leading up to recording this review, I rewatched some episodes from all 5 seasons to remind myself how different the show was early on from later on. And one of the things that struck me the most is how much the characters grow without it feeling like they were no longer recognizable. Honestly, for some of the characters, if you had told me early on some of the things we'd see them do in the later seasons, I simply would not have believed you. And with the writing and acting being great throughout, it's one of the many things that help make watching the entire run of the show tremendously satisfying and gratifying of an experience. Over the course of the show, there are a number of individual villain characters, and the show manages to make each of them distinct from each other, something that adds a lot to the show. Like, I don't think there's a single villain where it's like, oh, that's basically the same thing as that other one. It's I appreciate that since so many TV shows make sure to show us bad, even terrible parents, even sometimes some good guy characters, excuse me, that this show does have some really great parents, although it does also have some, excuse me, bad or even terrible ones, which is of course realistic, but if you only have that, it gets very tiring to watch. The show does the trope of when it wants to show how big a badass a villain character is, then one of the first times we see them, they're talking to someone we already know as a bigger badass, but now that, the character is being incredibly meek because how much bigger of a badass this other villain character is. Sometimes a team of half a dozen or more people will work together to, for example, break out of a prison. And this is a situation where at least a few of them could very easily get lost in the shuffle, but honestly, the show consistently does a great job of giving each of them something to do that is specific to their skill set, give them character moments that are consistent with their characterization, and strike a nice balance between there being some interpersonal conflict between the team members, but also so it's still making sense that the others don't, for example, abandon or even kill that person, since they keep causing conflict. I don't think I've seen any other show do even remotely this good a job of that task. But then that's true of most great qualities about the show. There are definitely lines that are very clearly written to be used in previously on and ads for the show and such. If that kind of thing bothers you, you may not want to binge the show, though you may still enjoy watching it. Sometimes smart characters make terrible decisions for the sake of the show increasing tension. That can, of course, get frustrating. The show does a really great job of balancing smart, carefully planned schemes that rely on brains, preparation, and skill, and the visceral enjoyment of brute force action scenes. There is neither too much or too little of either of these. And again, it is very clear right from the pilot that both of these are important aspects of the show. And again, if you are simply bothered, I can completely understand. I probably know at least a few people who would love the puzzles of the show, but who would not, they would simply not be comfortable with that level of violence. I, I'm sorry, but I think they made the show the right way. Not everything has to, you know, not every piece of fiction is one size fits all. It's great when you can make something that everyone can take something great from, but not everything has to be like that. And the show gets a lot out of the violence that it does. It's not just there so that it can be violent. It explores the violence. A number of the villains are really great at screwing with your head, so they will use their understanding of psychology to manipulate the good guys to get them to do what they want. Countless memorable, quotable lines of dialogue and plot lines that keep you enthralled and that you want to explain to people who haven't watched the show long after you stop watching the show. the show really hits some emotional extremes, and characters who start out refusing to engage in violence can end up willing to engage in brutal violence. A lot of characters on the show refuse to take defeat and will try to provoke those who are holding them hostage or the like. A lot of the most interesting, and compelling characters stay around for a satisfyingly long time. Every single character on the show is flawed in some way, though some of them have very minor flaws. This includes all the good guy characters. I guess it is kind of a clue that a good chunk of them are in prison. You know, Lincoln is the only one who was framed, and he did do. I'm not sure he would necessarily have ended up in Fox River for what he actually did, but, you know, in other words, the rest of them did commit crimes. That's why they're in prison. Right, yeah. And it's not that he's committed no crimes, he didn't murder anyone. So, over the course of the show, some of them will do moral. My tongue continues to rebel against my mouth. I will feed you soda and something delicious later. I'm in charge here. I feel in charge most of the time. They will do morally questionable things. There we go. Which obviously makes the show more interesting than if they always did the right thing. But some of them will almost never do the wrong thing for the wrong reason, but rather the right reason. And 5 hours and 10 minutes. Okay, I think once I'm done with the notes, I for sure read aloud. I'm not sure I'm going to do any skimming. I know what's in there anyway, and some of it is in other videos. I'm just really quickly going to write down something important to me, not necessarily important to you. So I am I'm almost done. Let's see. There. I don't know, we're done like this. There we go. Which brings us to the next section. 511.20 action types. A lot of the time it's more tension and suspense than outright action scenes, and again, this does change somewhat over the course of the show. It does get to be more action than... Anyway, usually there will be a hole being dug, a tunnel being expanded, or the like. And there's an edge of it, which is, of course, having to be hidden from everyone not in on the plan. Every so often, it will cut to someone very nearly unearthing the hole, or the lookout will see a guard coming by sooner than expected. Maybe there'll be a serious threat that Michael or his allies won't be able to finish the task, and it's possible that they can't do it at any other time. There are a ton of close calls. Honestly, so many that I have to wonder if the show was at some point going to be called Close Calls instead of Prison Break, which some might find to get tedious. I ultimately didn't... If I had watched more than one episode in the same day, I think I would have found it tedious, especially in early seasons. Including somewhere it genuinely seems like it must have gone wrong, but then it's revealed that it didn't. For example, you know, yeah, a character will look another directly in the eye and say, "I know what this is all about," and we'll think, "Oh, or I know where you're going," or something like that, and yeah, you're like, "Oh crap!" But then turns out they're talking about something other than the escape or the like. But there are fight scenes, beatings, people are grabbed and threatened with physical attacks, some shootings and shootouts, and some parts of the show has a lot of guns and shootouts, some have terrible aim, killings, kidnappings, hostage situations, hostage exchanges, exchanging one or more hostages for another, or one or more hostages for an object or favor. So naturally, sometimes a character on the show will wake up, realize they were kidnapped, and go, "Where am I?" Chase scenes, vehicular and otherwise, the action tends to be very well done and exciting. Honestly, there isn't a single action scene on the show that isn't at least good, and most are legitimately great. You know, this show is similar to Terminator: The Sarah Connor Chronicles in that the action scenes are not as big or long as action movies, but they're more frequent and move faster. They very quickly come in and out of regular scenes. They also do a really great job of making them distinct and coming up with really cool setups for them. Obviously, there are some repeats of action scenes. The show has moderate bloody violence, like a mild R rating, but definitely above a PG-13. There are a lot of bloody, violent on-screen deaths, and we'll see people who are about to be or already have been mutilated. We won't see the mutilation itself. That would be above what the... Yeah. There's a sense of threat nearly constant on the show. Like, any minute now, violence could break out, and then every so often it will. So it doesn't get to be tedious. You're not just sitting there impatiently waiting. Some episodes have a lot of action. Early in the show, most of them have relatively little action. And again, maybe tension or suspense. There are episodes without any actual action where it's only tension or suspense or the like, but there are no episodes that have absolutely no tension or suspense or action at all. And action scenes, like other types of scenes on in the show, can really change dramatically in a short space of time without it feeling unsatisfying or employing Deus Ex Machina. And that's again a thing where, like, I find that, like, if I were to compare the way like a fight scene on this show will be compared to, for example, a Hollywood blockbuster movie from the same time as the show was on, I would say the action scenes in the movies would tend to go on for longer and not change as much during. Where on the show, yeah, there are some significant changes over the course of an action scene, and yeah, that brings us to the next section. 516.50 seasons. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a short segment, but yeah, I make it a point to when I review a TV show, every time I've watched a season opener or season opener, season finale, I make a note of whether I think it's great or not quite great. All of them on this show are great. The pilot is one of the best pilots for any show I've ever seen. If like I don't remember if it was specifically. I think I was already like I had watched some TV ads, so I was like, okay, Prison Break looks really cool. I'm gonna watch it. And I also did have the benefit of when I started watching it, the first. I don't remember if it was only the first season, but the entire first season had already aired in America. So I could watch a new episode every single day, and I do prefer watching TV shows like that. One per day, but only one per day. I don't like waiting an entire week. I'm not a big fan of that. And but yeah, if I hadn't already been sold on it from the ads, the pilot would have, and yeah, I would also say the season opener, like I already mentioned that sometimes they can. I gotta put my hand down. People do not like my gesticulating with my hands. So I try to avoid it. it's not a big deal to me whether I do or not. So if it were, it wouldn't. I wouldn't. You know, I wouldn't make it a point to not do it at all. Anyway, I already mentioned that there's gonna be some whiplash. Yes, yeah, some whiplash when a season opener establishes a new status quo. But with that said, I love all of the season openers, and each of them, again, like, and actually, yeah, this I remember. Each time I watched a season opener, I was like, this is going to be an amazing season. And each time it was. You know, every single season opener, every single season finale, all of them are great. And every single season, all 5 seasons are great overall as well. I love every single episode. There is no episode, like, you could spend hours upon hours trying to figure out which episode, yeah, based on this video and the thoughts videos, like, if you really felt like it, if that was something you were passionate about, you could try to figure out which episode I would, yeah, I'm sorry, I have to phrase it this way, which episode I love the least, which episode I would be least interested in watching, and let's hypothetically say I only get to rewatch that one episode. Okay, yeah, here we go. Let's say that there has to be an entire year where I either don't get to watch the show at all. Let me think. This is such a hypothetical. I need to make it clear what I mean exactly. Okay, so either I don't get to watch the show. 1 second. Yes, either I only get to watch the episode that I love the least based on what someone determined would be the episode I love the least, or I can watch the entire show. But I have to admit, the episode that I love the least, I don't actually love. If I just say that I get to watch the entire show, I still wouldn't be, because it wouldn't be true. I love all the episodes. There is no episode that I don't love. And yeah, each time a season starts, it you know you I feel like this is going to be an amazing season, and I was always satisfied. Each time a season ends, it's like, wow, this has been an incredible season. I can't wait to see what they're going to do next. And each time I was thoroughly satisfied. It's, yeah. So and, like, I already mentioned, technically season 4 has, I mean, if you want to get completely technical, season 4 has 2 season finales, and essentially both of them are series finales, and just one of them is a 2-episode movie that they released. In my defense, I've been going for 5 hours and 22 minutes by now, so my tongue is eventually. Anyway. Every single. What was it? Where was I going? Right. I'll get there. I swear I'll get there. I just gotta think. Each time a season. Right. Yeah. Technically, season 4 has 2 season finales, which are both series finales, and one of them was a 2-episode story that you can't watch it without having watched the rest of the show, including season 4, but you don't have to watch that one if because they released it direct to DVD. It apparently never aired in American television. It aired here, so I watched it back then. Today I also have it on DVD, and yeah, I do. In order to have it on DVD, I looked up the episode listing, and yeah, it is not on the season 4 DVD. It is on a separate DVD. Anyway, you can, yeah. So technically, this is a show that has 3 series finales, and they're all great. They're all so good. These are some of the best season finales. this show might have all of the best season finales that I've ever seen of any of all the shows that. Okay, okay, that is technically going a little far. Like I said, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't quite have all of my. There are still some, you know, but it does for action shows. It does for action shows. But yeah, it's. I mean, it's incredible. Season openers, pilots, season finales, and series finales are some of the most difficult episodes to make satisfying. You know, you're setting up a lot of story that has to be paid off on later, or you're wrapping up a lot of story that's been going on for a long time. You know, some shows go on for many years, and you know the Star Trek shows tend to go on for 7 years, and they 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 have to wrap up stuff that's been going on since the pilot, and it's difficult. Keeping in mind, yeah, I haven't mentioned that in this video yet. I do love the season finales of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and yes, Voyager. I know a lot of people don't like Voyager that much, and they're entitled to their opinion, but I completely disagree with them. Anyway, so yes, the second, yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed. Again, I'm not saying there's nothing that couldn't be better. I'm not saying that, like, hypothetically, if I had like a time machine, I could choose exactly who to cast. I could rewrite every script, everything. Yeah, there are changes I would make. There are even a lot of changes I would make, as I think has by this point become quite clear, especially when it comes to the depiction of minorities. But the show delivers exactly what it promises right from the start. And again, there are so many shows that don't. There are so many shows that try to sell you on something amazing and then don't. Like, I heard that, let me think, his name, crap, I'm sorry, I do not remember, Damon Lindelof, I want to say. Like, he apparently wrote the pilot for Lost, and he didn't know how he was going to follow it up, and then when it was picked up, he was like, oh no, what am I going to do? Dude, do you know how many people have just like decades, tons of seasons ready to go? They would kill to get a pilot like that made, and you're gonna write a pilot without having a plan? I'm sorry, that is just, I really can't with that. That just, look, I'm not saying get out of show business. I'm just saying don't ask them to make your pilot if you don't. It's not like someone put a gun to his head and said, you gotta make this pilot right now. If you're not ready for the pilot, just no. I really, really, anyway, some people try to sell a show without knowing how they're gonna do it. And with this show, it just really feels like like, if you told me that they had planned out exactly what they were going to do for all these seasons, I would probably say that sounds, I don't know, is that really true? But at the end of the day, I might believe you because they do manage to get it all, like, I am so impressed with how they managed to make these characters, to all of this just, yeah, I'm probably absolutely unbearable to listen to at this point. So you're going to be relieved that this is in fact it, because everything else I would skip. Oh, actually, hold on. Sorry. Let's see, there's like 3 things apparently that I noted that I wanted to bring up. 3 things. Okay, so let's see. Yes, I thought this was a very good description of Teabag from a Watch Mojo video, and I'm not sure you want to watch it because I don't remember how much it spoils, but I'm just gonna quote. He uses and manipulates the inmates for his evil purposes, which makes him a dangerous adversary. Convicted of nearly everything it's possible to be convicted of, and leader of Fox River's Aryan gang, Teabag is serving a life sentence. I gotta admit, I quite like that. And I saw, yeah, I'm not gonna go into details because it would be a spoiler, a huge spoiler, but they pointed out, Watch Mojo pointed out, they have this video called Top 10 Biggest TV Plot Holes. there are definitely some of the plot twists. Some of them do not ultimately make sense when you really like. They don't completely hold up to scrutiny, and like I said, it comes close, and I still do like most of them. I'm very much a fan of, and yeah, and Watch Mojo put this show on the list of top 10 TV shows that lost steam after a great first season. Certainly, there are those who say you should stop watching after season one. I personally love season two. It's one of my favorites. But yeah, please don't ask me to pick a least favorite season of the show. Like, it's like Sophie's Choice, only harder. And with that very offensive remark, I am going to make this. Yes, that is absolutely everything that I wanted to make sure to say in this video. And yeah, so I hope I've convinced some of you into watching this show. And if there are some of you who watch this video and you're like, it's not my kind of show, I'm glad to have helped. That is, I'm not looking to convince people to watch something that they're not ultimately gonna. I don't want people to feel the like I sort of tricked them into like I what's it called, like bait and switch or something. Convince them that they would like something, then they end up not liking it. That's not what I want to do here. So I hope you enjoyed watching or will enjoy watching as I enjoyed watching, and I'll catch you next time.